Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The office building was dark, save for the dim, greenish glow of the security monitors and the low hum of the air conditioning. Clara had worked the graveyard shift for just over a month now. It was the kind of job you took when you had nowhere else to be. Quiet, isolated. She'd gotten used to the silence, the soft clicks of the security camera monitors, the occasional flicker of the overhead lights, and the shadows that stretched across the deserted hallway. It was supposed to be uneventful, like all the other shifts. Nothing ever happened here, or so she thought. But tonight felt different. There was an undercurrent of tension in the air, something faint but palpable. It began subtly, almost imperceptible. The hum of the fluorescent lights seemed louder than usual, and the shadow in the corner of the security room, it looked a little too still. She leaned closer to her desk, eyes scanning the monitors as they flickered in their usual rhythm. Nothing out of the ordinary. She clicked her pen anxiously, the sound sharp against the stillness. A soft breeze stirred, brushing against her neck. She shivered, glancing behind her at the empty room. Nothing. Then the noise started. A soft tapping. It was muffled at first, almost as if someone was tapping their fingers on the window, but there were no windows in the security room. The tapping grew louder, almost impatient, as if whatever it was waiting for her to notice. Clara stood, her chair scraping loudly against the floor as she turned to face the door. Is someone there? Her voice echoed in the small room, uncertain. No response. The sound stopped, leaving only silence in its wake. But it was the kind of silence that felt heavy, thick. The air seemed to press against her chest as if something was moving just out of reach. Clara exhaled, trying to shake the feeling. Her mind was playing tricks on her. She turned back to the monitors, but her eyes caught a flicker on one of the screens. It was brief, just a flash of movement, but enough to make her heart skip a beat. She rewound the feed. There, in the corner of the hallway, just beyond the reach of the camera's view, she saw it. A figure, tall, thin, with its back to the camera, standing perfectly still. Clara blinked, and the figure was gone. Her breath caught in her throat. She replayed the footage again, but the hallway was empty now. No figure. Just the empty, cold stretch of polished floor. Her phone buzzed, the sudden vibration snapping her from her trance. Clara, it's Jack. Everything all right in there? The voice on the other end was too calm, too steady. Jack was the night supervisor, and though he wasn't due to check on her for another hour, he had this uncanny ability to call just when things started feeling wrong. Yeah, just a weird noise, she said, her voice shaking slightly. But it's fine now. Probably just the wind. All right, just keep an eye out. We're almost done with our rounds. Clara ended the call, but the unease in her gut remained. She glanced again at the hallway camera. The figure. She could still feel its presence in the room. It was watching her. She couldn't shake the sensation. Every time she looked away from the screen, she felt as if something was closing in on her, inch by inch, like the walls of the building were slowly narrowing. And then, without warning, the sound returned. This time, louder, more frantic. The unmistakable sound of someone knocking, but not on the door. This time, the knocks were coming from inside the walls. A cold shiver ran down Clara's spine. She moved towards the door slowly, heart pounding. The hallway outside was bathed in harsh white light, empty, but the knocks continued. The knocking came again, louder now, a rapid staccato of raps against the wall, each thud like a drumbeat in Clara's chest. She froze. Her heartbeat was the only thing she could hear, a steady thrum against the rising tension in the room. The high knocks were slow at first, almost playful, but now they were quick, erratic, as though something was trapped inside, desperately trying to escape. A shudder crept up her spine. Clara forced herself to breathe, to step away from the door. The knocking wasn't just coming from the wall. It sounded as though it was coming from every direction at once, as though the entire building was shaking with the force of it. The walls seemed to pulse, as though they were alive, and Clara could almost feel them pressing in around her. The air in the security room was thick now, almost stifling. She wiped her sweaty palms against her pants, trying to steady her nerves. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed louder, their glow flickering erratically, as if they too were caught in the madness of the moment. Every shadow seemed to stretch unnaturally, as though something was moving just out of her line of sight. Duck. Knocking continued, but now it had changed. It wasn't just a rhythmic knock. It had become something else, something more deliberate. There was a voice in the knock, a pulse in it like a hidden message, a pattern she couldn't quite grasp. She moved to the desk, gripping the edge for support, and tried to focus on the monitors. The cameras were all showing the same thing, empty hallways. Yet the knocking was louder now, a constant barrage against the thin walls of the building. Her fingers hovered over the mouse, ready to check the feed again, but a new sound caught her ear, a whispering so faint that she thought she imagined it. Clara. Clara. It was low, a barely audible hiss, but it was there and it was unmistakable. Her breath hitched. She looked around the room, her eyes darting over every corner, her neck craning to catch the faintest sound. The whisper came again, this time more insistent. Clara, come closer. Her legs felt weak. She had to stop herself from running. Her mind screamed for her to leave, to lock the doors and find safety somewhere, anywhere, but the voice kept calling. Clara swallowed hard, her throat dry, as she stood up from the desk and slowly approached the door. The hallway outside was dark, and the hum of the fluorescent lights seemed to grow louder, closer, like a siren calling her to something she couldn't understand. She hesitated for a moment, the cold metal of the door handle cool against her fingers. Every instinct told her not to open it, to stay inside the relative safety of the security room, but she couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was on the other side of the door was meant for her, waiting for her. She opened it, just a crack, the hinges squealing in protest. The hallway beyond was quiet, eerily so. The overhead lights flickered weakly as Clara stepped into the corridor, her footsteps echoing louder than they should have in the empty space. She glanced down the length of the hall, feeling the oppressive weight of the silence around her. The knocking had stopped, but the whispering remained, growing louder as if the walls themselves were trying to speak to her. She took a step forward, her heart hammering in her chest, her breath shallow. Something shifted in the dark, just out of the corner of her eye. She spun, but nothing was there. The hallway was still empty, and then, from the far end of the hall, she heard it again. A faint scrape. It sounded like metal on metal dragging slowly, but with an eerie, deliberate rhythm. Clara's pulse quickened, and her feet moved on their own, taking her toward the noise. As she walked, the air grew heavier, almost thick with something she couldn't identify. It wasn't just the darkness, it was something else, something alive. She reached the end of the hall, where the sound had originated. There in front of her was a door, half open. The room beyond was completely dark, the blackness absolute. No light from the hallway reached inside, as though the room was somehow consuming it. Clara's hand trembled as she reached for the doorknob. Her fingers brushed the cool metal, and a sudden jolt of cold ran through her. It was as if she had touched a living thing, something that didn't belong. The scraping sound was louder now, coming from inside the room. Clara pushed the door open with a sharp exhale, her heart in her throat. The darkness inside the room swallowed the light from the hallway, making it impossible to see anything beyond the immediate doorway. She stepped inside, the floorboards creaking beneath her, sending a chill down her spine. The air inside the room was stale, suffocating, like it had been sealed off for years. There was no ventilation, no sense of life. Yet something felt wrong. A sudden flash of movement caught her eye. Clara froze. In the corner of the room, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure. It was crouched, its back to her, its movements jerky and unnatural, like a puppet with tangled strings. Its arms were stretched out before it, as though it were reaching for something. But there was nothing there. It was simply waiting. Her breath hitched in her throat. She couldn't move. Her mind screamed at her to run, but her feet were glued to the floor. "Clara!" The voice came again, soft and insistent. This time it wasn't in the walls. It was inside her head. "Clara, it's time." The figure turned slowly, its face coming into view. Clara gasped, her heart stopping. It had no eyes. There was only darkness. Where its eyes should have been, two hollow pits that seemed to pull her in, drowning her in their blackness. Its mouth twisted into a smile, but there was no joy in it, only an empty, gnawing hunger. It stood up, its limbs crackling as though they were made of brittle bone. Clara took a step back, her breath shallow, her mind racing. She had to get out of there. She had to escape. But the figure took a step toward her, and the room seemed to shrink around her. She could feel the walls pressing in, the air thick and suffocating. A cold sweat broke out across her skin. "Come closer," the voice whispered again, this time from behind her. Clara spun around, but there was nothing there. The room was still empty, the air thick and stale. And yet, the voice continued, each word a sharp, insistent pull on her mind. "Come closer. You know what you've done." She stumbled backward, her hands reaching out for the doorframe. The figure, the one with the dark, empty eyes, was gone. But Clara felt its presence, lingering in the air like a shadow that refused to dissipate. The whispers became louder, closer, surrounding her, crowding her thoughts. "You can't escape. Not now, not anymore." Clara's legs gave out beneath her, and she collapsed to the floor, her hands clutching at the cold wood, trying to steady herself. She had to get out, she had to leave. But as she looked around, the door was gone. The hallway was gone, the building was gone. All that remained was the voice, the endless whispering, the relentless call. And in the dark, the figure was waiting for her to face the truth. Clara's breath came in ragged gasps as she scrambled to her feet, her hands slick with sweat. She turned in circles, her mind reeling from the impossible scene she had just witnessed. The dark figure, the oppressive air, the whispering voice. It was all too much, too unreal. She wanted to scream, to run, but she couldn't. Something was holding her here, anchoring her to the room, to the building. The whispering had stopped, but she could still feel it, buzzing in her ears, reverberating. Through her skull, her hands trembled as she reached for the doorknob. No, the door was gone. Just a smooth wall, as if it had never been there. A cold shiver slithered down her spine. She staggered backward, her eyes scanning the walls, the floor, the empty corners of the room. Every shadow seemed to move, to twitch with unseen life. It was like the building itself was alive, watching her, waiting for her to do something. But what? What did it want? And then, as though the building itself were breathing, the lights flickered. Clara blinked, and for a split second, the room shifted. It was as though the walls blurred, stretching and contracting like they were alive, pulling her into a different space altogether. The air thickened, taking on a musty, suffocating scent, like decay, like something old and forgotten. The room was no longer empty. Now there were shadows in the corners, figures crouched in the darkness, their eyes glistening in the dim light. She gasped and backed away, but they didn't move. They just watched her, silent, unblinking. Clara's heart pounded in her chest, the sound echoing in her ears. "Why are you here?" she whispered hoarsely, not sure if she was asking the shadows or herself. The shadows didn't answer. They never did. The whispers began again, this time louder, insistent, growing in volume until it was a cacophony of voices. The walls seemed to pulse with the sound, each whisper dragging her deeper into a dark pit of confusion. "Come closer." She clenched her fists, digging her nails into her palms until she could feel the sharp sting of pain. "No, I won't." But the whispers persisted, wrapping around her like a vice, pulling at her. It was then that Clara realized she was no longer alone. She turned toward the back of the room, where a faint light had begun to glow in the farthest corner. The light pulsed, dim and weak, but unmistakable. It beckoned her forward, and despite herself, despite every warning in her mind, Clara felt the pull. She moved toward it, her body moving as though it were no longer under her control, her legs heavy with dread. As she approached, the light revealed something in the corner, a faded map pinned to the wall. Old, yellowed paper, edges curling with age. The markings on it were strange, archaic symbols, like nothing she had ever seen before. At first, she thought it was just the decay of the room playing tricks on her eyes, but as she drew closer, she saw the words scrawled in the margins, handwritten in a hurried, frantic scrawl. "The house is hungry. Feed it." Clara recoiled. The chill of dread spreading through her chest like wildfire. The map, the words, it all felt wrong. She backed away, but the walls closed in around her, the shadows deepening. The whispering had stopped, but now in the silence, Clara could feel something moving beneath the floorboards, something ancient and vast, like the heartbeat of the building itself. "Don't look at the floor." The voice came again, clearer, sharper, this time. Clara's head snapped up. It was coming from all around her, surrounding her, but she couldn't tell where it was coming from. She felt it deep in her bones, as though the house had grown sentient, aware of her every move. It was then that she realized with a sickening certainty that the floor beneath her feet was alive. The wooden planks creaked, groaned, and there was a low, pulsating thrum beneath the surface, as though something was moving just out of reach. The floorboard shifted, warping like a living organism. She took a step back, her legs shaking beneath her, but the floor buckled again, more violently this time, and the dark space between the planks opened up. A hand, skeletal, covered in blackened veins, reached up through the gap. Clara screamed, stumbling backward, her back slamming into the wall. Her heart raced as she scrambled to regain her balance. The hand, slow and deliberate, curled upward, and then a face emerged from the floor, pale, gaunt, with hollow, sightless eyes. It opened its mouth, and the whispering came from its throat, a rasping, agonizing sound, like dry leaves being torn apart. "It knows you. It has always known you." Clara's knees buckled. She couldn't breathe. The floor beneath her was opening, wider now, as though the house itself was trying to swallow her whole. A shadow loomed over her, casting everything in darkness. The air turned thick, heavy, and suffocating like the pressure of an underwater dive. Clara gasped for air, her vision swimming. Her thoughts were scattered, wild, fragmented, But through the panic, one clear thought surfaced. She had to get out. She couldn't move. Her body was frozen in place, as though the walls were holding her in, as though something was forcing her to stay, to witness the horror that was unfolding. She fought it, using every ounce of her strength, but it was no use. The whispers had become deafening, the air too thick to breathe, and the ground beneath her was pulsing with a steady rhythmic beat like a heartbeat. And then, the face in the floor opened its mouth wider, its lips cracked and split, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth that gleamed in the darkness. Clara screamed again, louder this time, but it was drowned out by the overwhelming sound of the walls shifting. A loud crack echoed through the room, and the ground beneath her feet shifted violently, breaking apart. The floorboards split open, and Clara was pulled down into the darkness. Her vision blurred. She felt herself falling, tumbling through endless blackness, her body twisting in the air. There was no sense of up or down, no direction, just the terrible pull of gravity and the sound of whispers, louder now, surrounding her, consuming her. And then, as suddenly as it had all begun, the world stopped. Clara slammed onto cold, hard ground. The impact knocked the wind from her lungs, and she gasped, her hands scrambling for purchase in the dark. Her surroundings were completely unfamiliar. The air smelled damp, musty, like mildew. The faint, stuttering glow of a single, flickering light bulb cast strange shadows along the walls. She rose to her feet slowly, her body aching from the fall. She was no longer in the hallway, no longer in the room with the door. She was somewhere else, somewhere deep within the building, somewhere that hadn't been meant for human eyes. The walls here were different, stone, cold and smooth, as if she were in a tunnel or a basement of some sort. The faint whispers had stopped, but their presence lingered, like a cold breath on her neck. Clara shivered, her legs shaky beneath her as she scanned the room. She had to find an exit, but there was no door, no windows, only darkness. As her eyes adjusted, Clara began to notice something strange. Etched into the walls, barely visible in the dim light, were words. Hundreds of them, thousands, scribbled across the stone like some mad scrawl, overlapping and smudged, as though someone or something had been trying to communicate. She stepped closer, reading the words aloud in a whisper. The letters twisted in her mouth. Unfamiliar. Feed it. The house is hungry. Don't look at the floor. They will come for you. The whispers, the map, the shadows. They were all here. And now, Clara realized with growing dread, that the house was more than just a building. It was something alive, something ancient, and it was waiting for her. Clara's body trembled as she stood in the suffocating silence of the stone chamber. The walls, cold and damp, pressed in around her like a vice. The darkness seemed to pulse, heavy and alive, and for the first time since all of this had begun, Clara felt an undeniable presence, something ancient and deeply malevolent, something that had been waiting for her. The very air felt thick with it, as though the building itself were watching, listening, waiting. Her eyes darted from one side of the chamber to the other, scanning for an escape. But there was nothing. No doors, no windows, just the oppressive stone and the maddening scrawl of words carved into every inch of the walls. The words were no longer just a disorienting jumble. They were clear now, their meaning sinking in like a weight pressing against her chest. Feed it. The house was hungry. A sharp, cold gust of air blew through the room, causing Clara's skin to crawl. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, but the chill went deeper than just her skin. It seemed to reach inside, to something primal and buried. She felt sick, a sharp nausea twisting her gut. A flash of movement caught her eye. She turned quickly, her heart lurching, her breath freezing in her throat. A figure stood in the far corner of the chamber, half-shadowed in the dim light. Clara's heart hammered against her ribs, but her feet felt rooted to the ground. The figure didn't move. It simply stood there, its features obscured by the darkness, a silhouette among shadows. Her mind screamed at her to flee, to run, to get out, but her body refused to respond. The words, the whispers, echoed in her mind. Come closer. For a moment, Clara thought she could hear something, a low humming sound, like a distant lullaby. But there were no children in this place, no warmth, no safety. What are you? Clara whispered, into the void. The figure did not answer. She took a step forward, the sharp sound of her boots scraping against the stone floor. The figure didn't move, didn't acknowledge her presence. But Clara knew, deep down, that it was aware of her. It had always been aware of her. She took another step, this time more cautiously, her hand outstretched, fingers trembling. The figure remained motionless, yet Clara felt a strange pull in her chest, as though the very air between them had become charged with something intangible, something ancient. The humming grew louder, the pitch of it rising, almost unbearably so, until it turned into a shriek, a wail that tore through Clara's thoughts. She winced, covering her ears, trying to block out the sound, but it was too late. The wail filled her head, vibrating through her skull, rattling her bones. And then, as if it were responding to her pain, the figure stirred. It moved with unnatural slowness, its limbs jerking in a twisted dance. It was no longer a human shape, at least not entirely. There were too many limbs, too many joints, bending in impossible ways. Its body was a grotesque mockery of something that had once been human. Its face, what was left of it, shifting in and out of focus. Clara recoiled, her legs giving way beneath her, and she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Her vision blurred, the walls of the chamber narrowing until they felt like they were closing in on her. The figure took a step closer, its movement still jerky, its limbs stretching out toward her, fingers elongating like dark branches reaching for her throat. Come closer. The voice whispered from all around her, from within her own mind. It wasn't. The same voice she had heard earlier, the one that had called to her from the walls. No, this voice was older. It felt as though it had been buried in the earth for centuries, waiting for a moment like this. It was the voice of the house, the thing that lived within the walls, beneath the floors, inside the very bones of the place. The figure stopped just inches from Clara. She could feel its coldness now, the chill of its presence pressing in on her like a weight. It was alive, yes, but it was something else entirely. Something older. Why did you come here? Clara's chest tightened. She could barely breathe, her lungs constricting with terror as she managed to rasp, I didn't know. I didn't. You came because it is time. The words echoed in her mind louder now, drowning out everything else. She pressed her hands to her temples, trying to stop the flood of voices, the deafening ringing in her ears. She tried to scream, to shout, to demand answers, but her voice was lost to the overwhelming pressure, the weight of the entity that was all around her. The figure's hand reached out and touched her shoulder, its fingers cold as ice. And then, a flood of images crashed into Clara's mind, visions of the house's history. The building had not always been a hospital, not always a place of sterile floors and flashing lights. It had once been something far older, a place where sacrifices were made, where the house itself had been fed, and it had fed on the fear and pain of those who had crossed its threshold. It had been constructed by a secretive cult, bound by dark rituals and forbidden magic, an entity summoned from the depths of the earth, from a time long past, when the world had still been young. Clara saw the faces of the people who had built the house, their twisted, contorted bodies as they performed their rituals in the dead of night, blood staining the floors, and the whispers that filled the air like a plague. She saw their sacrifice, their offering to the entity they had called forth, a force that had been sleeping beneath the house for centuries, waiting for the right moment to awaken. And that moment had come. The entity had been feeding for years on the sorrow, the pain, the terror of those who worked in the hospital, those who lived here, unaware of the darkness beneath their feet. It had been feeding on Clara's own fear, drawing her deeper into its grasp. The whispers had called her here. They had lured her. She was the next sacrifice. The visions blurred, spinning faster now as the entity's grip tightened. Clara's heart raced. Her pulse thundered in her ears. She felt herself drowning in the flood of memories. Memories that were not her own, but somehow felt as though they were. The sacrifices, the rituals, the house itself, alive and feeding. But then something inside Clara snapped. No, she wasn't going to be another victim. She wouldn't let it consume her. The entity's grip tightened, its cold fingers digging into her shoulder, and for a moment she felt like she was being torn apart, her very soul being drawn from her body. But Clara fought. She fought with every ounce of her strength. She dug deep, pushed past the terror that had been clawing at her for so long. "Leave me alone!" The words ripped from her throat in a hoarse, guttural cry. And in that moment, the figure paused. Clara's vision cleared for just a split second, and she saw it. The house, in all its terrible glory. The entity was not just a thing of shadows. It was the house itself, the walls, the floors, the very foundation of the building. It was a living, breathing entity, and it had been feeding off the souls of those trapped within it for centuries. The figure recoiled, its monstrous form shuddering as though the very act of fighting back had caused it pain. Clara felt a surge of power, a rush of heat that spread through her limbs. She could feel the building's malevolent grip loosen, just a fraction. And that was enough. She ran. Without thinking, without looking back, Clara sprinted through the chamber, her heart pounding in her chest. She didn't know where she was going, didn't care. She just needed to get away. The floor beneath her feet shifted, groaning in protest. But she pushed on. The walls seemed to stretch endlessly, the corridors twisting and turning. But Clara ran faster, her feet slapping against the cold stone, her breath ragged in her throat. She could feel the building closing in around her, but she didn't stop. She couldn't. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, she was outside. The night air hit her like a shockwave, cold and sharp, and Clara stumbled, falling to her knees, on the ground. She gasped for air, her chest heaving, her body racked with exhaustion and fear. She looked up. The house loomed in front of her, silent now, still. But she knew deep down that it wasn't over. The night was unnaturally still as Clara sat on the ground, her hands trembling, her heart still hammering in her chest. The cool air had a strange sharpness to it, as though even the atmosphere itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. The house stood before her, imposing and silent, as though it had been waiting for her to escape. But it wasn't over. She could feel it in her bones, that terrible pull. The house was still there, watching her, and it wasn't done with her. Her breath came in ragged bursts, the weight of what had happened pressing down on her like a heavy stone. She could still hear the whispers, faint echoes in her mind calling to her. "Feed it. Come closer. It's hungry." The words had been seared into her consciousness, and they wouldn't let go. Clara slowly pushed herself to her feet, her legs shaking with exhaustion. She had to leave. She had to get out of here. She had to escape the house, but every time she tried to turn her back, every time she looked at the dark silhouette looming in the distance, she felt that pull. The same pull that had drawn her into its depths in the first place. She stumbled backward, her eyes fixed on the house, watching as the lights inside flickered like faint stars through the windows. The windows, were they always that high? No, they weren't. She could see shadows moving behind them, figures shifting in and out of sight. Her skin crawled at the thought, but she forced herself to look away. The air around her was thick with something she couldn't name, something ancient and hungry. There was something wrong with this place, something far worse than she had imagined. But Clara wasn't the kind of person to give up, even when faced with something so far beyond her understanding. No, she wasn't going to fall victim to this thing, to this entity. She wasn't going to let it win. But as she turned to leave, a low, grating sound echoed from behind her. She froze. Clara. The voice wasn't in her mind this time. It was real. It was coming from the house. Her blood ran cold. Clara, come back. The whisper was soft, but it felt like it was directly inside her skull. She turned, her body moving against her will, and her eyes locked on the house once again. A silhouette stood in one of the upper windows. At first, Clara thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow playing with her senses. But as her heart pounded in her chest, she realized the figure wasn't a trick. It was real. She could see the outline of a person, a woman, no, something that looked like a woman, but it was too tall, too thin, its limbs stretching at unnatural angles. It was almost distorted, its face a twisted mask of what had once been human. The piked figure raised a hand to the glass, pressing its palm against it. Clara's throat constricted in terror, but she couldn't look away. The thing on the other side of the glass smiled. It was a horrible smile, stretched too wide, its mouth cracked at the edges. The eyes behind the glass glowed with an unnatural light, a sickly yellow that burned through the darkness like a flame. You can't run from me, Clara. The voice was unmistakable now. It was deep, raspy, as though it had been dragged through the very earth itself. The thing in the window didn't speak the words aloud, but they echoed in Clara's mind like a thunderclap. You belong to the house. It has always been this way. It has always been us. Clara stumbled backward, shaking her head in denial, but the figure didn't disappear. It was still there, pressing its cold, bony hand against the glass. And the glass, was it getting closer? She could swear it was. Her panic spiked as she realized the impossible. The house wasn't just a building. It wasn't just a place. It was alive, and it was growing, stretching its limbs out from the shadows, reaching for her. The ground beneath her feet trembled. The house groaned in response, a deep, resonant sound that seemed to come from the very foundation of the earth. The sky above her flickered, as if the world itself were beginning to unravel. The air grew heavier, suffocating, as though she was being pulled down into the very earth. It's too late. The voice came again, louder this time, a chilling declaration that sent a jolt of terror through Clara's spine. She turned on her heel and ran, her breath ragged as she stumbled across the yard, her footsteps pounding in her ears. The night seemed to close in around her, suffocating and dark, and every sound seemed to echo louder, sharper. She could hear something following her, a sound like the scraping of nails against stone. It was close, too close, and her legs ached with the effort of running, but she didn't dare stop. Come back. It was a soft whisper, but it was clear in the dead silence of the night. She felt it in the pit of her stomach, like a cold, creeping dread. Her feet carried her forward, but the ground felt wrong beneath her, uneven, treacherous, as though it was shifting beneath her every step. Her vision blurred, the world warping, twisting. She saw flashes of images in her mind, of people, of shapes, of memories not her own, all tangled together in a chaotic, nightmarish blur. Faces twisted, contorted with hollow eyes, figures trapped, struggling, their bodies bending and snapping in unnatural ways. She saw herself, standing in the middle of a room, surrounded by shadows, but she couldn't move. She could see the fear in her own eyes as the darkness closed in. And then the voices came. It's always been you. You are the key. The house is hungry. Feed it. Clara felt her stomach lurch, the nausea rising up from deep within her. Her breath came in short, shallow gasps, her vision spinning. The world around her fractured, pieces of it breaking off like shards of glass. She was losing herself in the noise, in the confusion, in the terror. And then it happened. Her foot caught on something, a rock, a tree root she didn't know, and she fell, hard. The impact sent a shockwave of pain through her body, but it was nothing compared to what followed. As Clara hit the ground, the earth trembled beneath her, and the ground cracked open. A jagged black fissure split the earth in front of her, and from the gap a dark mist rose, swirling in the air like a living thing. It billowed and twisted, as though something was stirring beneath the surface. A pair of hands, long, thin, covered in dark veins, reached up from the depths. The air thickened. The scent of decay and rot filled Clara's nostrils. She scrambled back, her hands pressing against the dirt, her heart hammering in her chest. She could see the darkness spreading, creeping outward like the fingers of some ancient, malevolent force. And then, the earth gave way. A terrible grinding sound filled the air, and the ground beneath Clara cracked open completely. The mist poured, out from the depths, curling around her, choking her, pulling her down. She screamed as her hands slipped, as her body was dragged into the dark abyss. But there was no escape. The house had claimed her, and as Clara's scream was swallowed by the void, she understood, it was no longer just the house. It was the earth itself, alive and feeding, its hunger endless. The walls of the house stretched and curled like tendrils, reaching into the land, pulling at everything, pulling at her. There was nothing left. The last thing Clara felt was a cold, hollow emptiness, followed by the oppressive, all-consuming darkness, and then there was nothing. The darkness around Clara was absolute. She had been consumed by it, swallowed whole by the very earth itself. Every breath was suffocating. Every thought felt like it was being drowned in a sea of blackness, slipping away like sand through fingers. She no longer knew where she was. There was no ground beneath her feet, no sky above her head. There was only the void, pressing in from all sides, folding her into its depths. The silence was deafening. The stillness suffocating. She couldn't even tell if her body was still intact, if her limbs were still in their rightful places, if she was still her. It felt as though she had been floating in this nothingness for hours, days, years. Time had lost all meaning. And yet, amidst the quiet, Clara could feel it, the pull, that familiar, insidious tug in the pit of her stomach. The same feeling she had had the moment she first set foot in the house that had become something more, something other, something that had reached into her very soul and taken root. She had thought she had escaped it. That moment, when she had sprinted away from the house, gasping for breath, she had thought she was free. But she had been wrong. The house had never let her go. It's always been you. The voice rang out, a whisper that tore through her mind like a jagged blade. Clara recoiled. The words weren't spoken aloud. No, they weren't spoken at all. They breathed into her mind, like the heavy weight of an ancient promise, a secret too old to be remembered, yet too powerful to forget. The air around her thickened, the very space around her seeming to warp, twist, like the very fabric of reality was being pulled taut and stretched thin. The voice was coming from all directions at once, surrounding her, suffocating her. You can't run. Clara's chest tightened. She could feel her heartbeat in her throat, her pulse hammering at her ears. The air felt cold. The darkness was not just a void, it was alive. It was hungry. And it had always been waiting for her. You are a part of it now. The words sunk into her like poisoned daggers. each one a stab of realization that she couldn't escape. She had been chosen. The house, the entity that lurked within it, had fed on her fear, on her grief for so long. And now it was her turn to become part of the house, to be bound to it, forever. The shadows pressed in closer. Clara's thoughts began to unravel like a rope slowly coming undone. She wanted to scream, to rage, to fight against it. But there was no strength left in her. She had nothing left to give. And yet, just as she was about to succumb, she felt something stir within her, a spark, a flicker of life. No. The word came out of her mouth, a defiance, however weak. Her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging into her palms. There had to be a way out. There had to be. She had been running. All this time, fighting for something, for someone. Her family, her friends, her sanity. She wasn't going to give up now. Not when she was this close. The ground beneath her shifted, cracking open with a deafening rumble. And Clara fell again. This time, deeper. She plummeted, her body weightless, her senses overloaded by the descent. Her mind spun with the sensation of falling faster, faster, until it abruptly stopped. She slammed into something solid, her body twisting as it collided with the ground. The force of the impact left her gasping for air, her breath coming in sharp, shallow breaths. Her vision swam as she looked around, trying to make sense of where she was. This place, it felt different. The air was thick with a strange, metallic scent, like blood mixed with rust. Her senses were reeling, the colors around her swirling in unnatural ways. She was in a chamber of some kind, though it was unlike any room she had ever seen. The walls were smooth like obsidian, and they stretched up into the blackness, disappearing into a ceiling she couldn't even make out. There were no windows, no doors, just endless, featureless stone, and the faint hum of something alive beneath. Her feet. Clara pushed herself to her knees, a shiver crawling up her spine. There was something else here, something that wasn't the house, something that existed beneath it, feeding it, sustaining it. And then she saw it. A shape in the center of the room, something not quite human. It was tall, impossibly tall. Its body stretched and distorted in ways that defied nature. It had no face, just a dark, gaping hole where its features should have been. Its limbs were thin and elongated, stretching toward the ceiling, disappearing into the darkness. It was as if the thing itself was made of shadows, a manifestation of pure darkness, fed by fear and rage. It stood motionless, its presence so oppressive, so ancient, that Clara felt her very soul recoil at its nearness. Feed it. The whisper came again. The voice that had followed her, that had hunted her. It was this thing that had been calling to the house, drawing her in. It wasn't the house itself. It was this thing, this creature of pure, raw hunger. Clara staggered to her feet, her legs unsteady beneath her. She didn't know how she had gotten here. She didn't know what this place was or what this thing was, but she knew one thing. She couldn't let it win. She wouldn't become its food. The thing stirred. It shifted, its limbs crackling as they moved, bending and snapping like the branches of a twisted tree. It didn't speak, but Clara could feel it, could sense its thoughts in her mind. It was inside her head now, scratching at her consciousness, digging into the deepest, most vulnerable parts of her. You are nothing. You are already ours. Clara gritted her teeth. She wasn't going to let it take her. There had to be a way out. There had to be a way to break its hold, to destroy it. She had to fight. There was no other choice. She couldn't allow herself to be consumed by this thing, by this darkness. The creature moved closer, its limbs stretching impossibly long, its shape warping as it slithered toward her. Its presence was overwhelming, suffocating. But Clara didn't move. She stood her ground, refusing to give in to the terror that surged within her. She would not fall to its influence. Not now. As the creature loomed over her, its shadow blotting out the world, Clara felt the floor beneath her feet tremble. A crack formed in the stone beneath her, a thin line of light that grew wider and wider with each passing second. The darkness recoiled, pulling back from the light like something alive, something terrified. Clara's heart raced as the light expanded, the floor cracking open entirely, revealing a blinding, searing white light from below. The creature let out a low, guttural hiss, its form warping and twisting in response to the light. It thrashed, its limbs convulsing as if trying to escape, but the light was relentless. It pulled at the creature, dragging it into the fissure in the stone. Clara's mind reeled as she felt the pull of the light as well, a tug that threatened to consume her. She wanted to run, to flee, but she was rooted to the spot. She was caught in the very heart of this battle, between the light and the darkness. And then a voice, a familiar voice, spoke to her. "You are stronger than this. You are not alone." Clara's head snapped up. She knew that voice. It was her mother's. It was the one voice that had always given her comfort, that had always been there to guide her. She reached out, her hand trembling, feeling the warmth of her mother's presence, even though she was no longer alive. "You have the power, Clara. You are the key." The light intensified, flooding the room with a radiance so bright that it felt as though it would blind her. But Clara stood firm, her hand stretching toward it, reaching for the strength she knew was within her. She wasn't a victim. She was the one who had the power to destroy this thing. No more. With a final, powerful surge, Clara extended her hand fully toward the light, and the darkness screamed. The creature let out a wail, a screech so terrifying that it reverberated through Clara's very soul. The ground cracked open wide, the light swallowing the creature whole, pulling it into the earth, dragging it back into the depths from which it had come. Clara collapsed to her knees as the light faded, leaving only the oppressive silence behind. The stone walls, the darkness, the creature, they were gone. She was alone. And yet Clara felt it, a weight lifting from her chest. The house, the entity, the darkness that had consumed her life for so long, it was finally gone. But she knew, deep in her heart, that this was not the end. There was still so much left to understand, so much left to uncover. But she was no longer afraid. Clara's breaths were shallow, ragged, as she stood there in the empty, silent chamber. The walls, once dark and oppressive, now seemed lifeless, their cold, smooth surface an eerie contrast to the searing light that had swallowed the entity whole. The weight that had been pressing on her chest for what felt like an eternity had finally lifted. For a brief moment, Clara allowed herself to believe that it was over, that the horrors of the house, the twisted entity, the suffocating darkness were nothing but a distant memory. But the silence, it was wrong. It had been too still for too long. The air was thick with the unspoken, as if the house, the land beneath her feet, was holding its breath, waiting for something or someone. Clara's hands trembled slightly as she wiped the sweat from her brow, her heart still hammering in her chest. She didn't feel safe. She didn't feel free. Not yet. She turned slowly, surveying the vast, dark chamber, the cold obsidian walls looming above her. The crack in the floor that had once pulled the creature into the depths was now sealed, the light gone as quickly as it had arrived. She didn't know how much time had passed, seconds, hours, but one thing was certain: she was alone, or was she? Clara's instinct screamed at her to move, to leave, to run as far away from this place as she could. Yet, She remained still, rooted to the ground, unable to shake the feeling that something else was waiting. Something that had been unleashed, not by the entity, but by her own actions. Her mind raced back to that moment when she had reached for the light, when she had given in to the pull, allowing it to drag her into its depths. She had been desperate, frightened. But now, with the entity gone, a dark truth crept into her thoughts. She had never truly understood what she had done. She had never truly understood what the house wanted, or what it had given her. Her eyes flicked to the far corner of the room, where shadows seemed to gather, as though they were alive, moving like a living thing. It was subtle, so subtle that Clara wondered if her mind was playing tricks on her, but it was there, unmistakable. The shadows stretched and twisted in ways they should not have been able to, creeping toward her as if they had a purpose. She swallowed hard, her throat dry. Her footsteps echoed in the chamber as she walked closer, her heartbeat quickening, and with each step, the shadows grew larger, darker, more tangible. It was as if they had found her, as if the house was calling to her, beckoning her back into its embrace. Suddenly, a whisper broke the silence. Low, indistinct at first, just a faint murmur, like the wind brushing through an empty room. Clara froze, her entire body stiffening. She strained to hear it. The whisper came again, louder, clearer this time, and it wasn't just a whisper, it was a voice, a familiar voice. Clara, her stomach twisted. It was her mother's voice, soft, gentle, and yet laden with an unnatural weight. Clara's heart skipped, her breath hitched in her chest. She knew that voice. She had heard it before in her dreams, in moments of grief. Her mother had been gone for years, but somehow it sounded as though her mother were standing right behind. Her voice echoing in the room, pulling her deeper into the shadows. Clara! Come closer. The voice beckoned her, the tone honeyed, familiar. But there was something wrong. Something so fundamentally wrong about it. Her instincts screamed at her to turn around, to run, to escape this place before it swallowed her whole. But her legs refused to move. Her body felt heavy, as if something invisible was holding her in place. She couldn't escape. The shadows gathered around her, coalescing into a dark mass, taking shape. The figure that emerged from the darkness was not her mother. It was too tall, too thin, its shape twisted and wrong. The face was a mere suggestion, a blurry mask of shadows. But Clara could feel its eyes, dark, piercing, staring into her soul. And then it spoke. You cannot leave. The voice, it was no longer her mother's. It was something far older, something that had been watching her, waiting for this moment. The entity, the house, it had always been a part of her. And now, it was inside her, twisting her mind, warping her perception of reality. She had thought she had destroyed it. She had thought she had won. But in truth, the house had never let her go. Clara tried to scream, but no sound escaped her. Lips. Her body felt numb, frozen in place. She could feel the shadows closing in around her, the darkness wrapping tighter, squeezing her from all sides. She wanted to move, to fight, but she was paralyzed by the overwhelming presence of the creature before her. You are mine now. Forever. The creature reached out, its long, spindly fingers grazing her cheek. Clara could feel the cold touch of its hand, sending a shock of ice through her veins. The air was thick with its malevolent energy, its hunger, its need to consume. It wanted her. She could feel it, deep within her bones. But then, something inside her snapped. No. Clara gritted her teeth, summoning all the strength she had left, the remnants of her defiance, the will to fight. She had escaped before. She had faced the darkness and survived. And now, she would not allow it to take her again. With a primal scream, Clara lunged forward, pushing through the wall of shadows that surrounded her. Her body ached with every movement, her muscles screaming in protest. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. As she moved, the shadows recoiled. The creature hissed, its form flickering, destabilizing. Clara pressed forward, feeling the warmth of the light that had once consumed the entity. She couldn't see it, but she could feel it, a flicker of hope, a spark of defiance in the depths of her being. It was all she needed. You cannot escape. The creature's voice reverberated through her, shaking her to her core. But Clara didn't listen. She didn't stop. The shadows closed in, but she kept moving, her hands outstretched toward the cracks in the floor, the remnants of the light that had once consumed the creature. She felt it then, the pull. A tug in her chest, like a rope pulling her back. The light was fading, but it was still there, just beneath the surface, waiting for her to reach it. And then, with a final, desperate surge, Clara thrust her hand into the crack, into the light. The world around her erupted with sound, a deafening roar, as the shadows screeched and the creature howled. Clara's heart raced as she felt herself being torn between the light and the darkness. In that moment, she understood the truth. The house, the entity, it wasn't just a place, it wasn't just a thing, it was an idea, a force, a curse that had fed on the grief, the pain, the suffering of generations, and she, Clara, had been its latest victim, but she would not let it win. The light surged, swallowing the darkness whole, pulling the shadows into the earth, pulling the creature into oblivion. The air crackled with energy as the room began to crumble, the walls disintegrating into dust. And then, silence. The oppressive weight that had pressed on Clara's chest for so long finally lifted. She collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her body shaking uncontrollably. But the darkness was gone. The house was silent. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, Clara was free. But as she lay there, surrounded by the remnants of the house, she couldn't shake the feeling that the battle wasn't truly over. There were still things she didn't understand. There were still questions she couldn't answer. And as the world around her began to shift, she knew that the true horror, the true price, had only just begun to reveal itself. Clara's fingers gripped the earth beneath her, the dust and ash from the crumbling ruins of the house clinging to her skin. She could still taste the remnants of fear in the air, the bitter tang of it mixing with the sharpness of her own panic. The light had consumed the darkness, but it had left her alone in the wreckage, a wreckage that felt too vast, too hollow to be anything but a void. Her breath was labored, her chest heaving as she struggled to push herself to her feet. The ground felt unstable beneath her, as though it were shifting with every breath she took. The silence was unbearable, pressing in on her from all sides, and yet it was strangely suffocating, as though the absence of sound itself had become a presence. Clara looked around. The walls were gone, reduced to jagged remnants of what they had once been. The house had collapsed in on itself, but there was no sense of relief. No sense that the evil had been contained or that the entity had been destroyed. She had thought it was over. She had hoped that the darkness had finally been vanquished. But now, standing amidst the ruins, she couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed her out. Something was still with her. Her breath quickened again as a wave of nausea swept over her. The memory of the shadowy figure, the creature, its hollow eyes burning with hunger, flashed through her mind like a nightmare that refused to fade. The cold fingers of its touch still tingled on her skin. No, she had defeated it. She had to have. But as she stood there, amid the wreckage, she felt something else, a presence lurking just beyond her awareness. It wasn't visible, it didn't make a sound, but she could feel it, as if it were watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. Clara stumbled back, her knees weak beneath her. She had to leave. She had to get away from this place. But the air felt thick, charged with something that wasn't natural. The weight of it pressed against her, suffocating her, as though the very ground beneath her was conspiring to keep her there. She tried to move, but her body felt like it was stuck in molasses. Her limbs were heavy, her mind clouded, as if the darkness was seeping into her veins, spreading through her like poison. She couldn't think, couldn't move. And then it happened. A soft whisper, barely audible, but unmistakable. Clara. Her heart skipped a beat, and a shiver ran down her spine. She knew that voice. It was her mother's voice, gentle, soothing. But it wasn't real. It couldn't be. Her mother had died years ago. Clara, come back to me. The voice was closer now, and with it a sense of warmth, a soft, insistent pull that beckoned her forward. The air shifted. The ground beneath her seemed to sway, pulling her in a direction she couldn't explain. It wasn't the house calling her this time. No, it was something far deeper, more intimate. Something that felt like a part of her, like a piece of her soul had never left this place. No, it wasn't possible. Her mother was dead. But that voice, it was so real, so familiar. It was here, now. Clara shook her head, trying to dispel the fog in her mind. Get out, get out. Her inner voice screamed at her, but her feet remained rooted to the ground, as though they had no will of their own. Clara. The whisper came again. This time it felt like a physical pull, like something was gripping her heart with icy fingers, tugging her toward the center of the collapsed house, the epicenter of the horrors she had escaped. Her eyes darted to the remnants of the cracked foundation, the jagged shards of what had once been a staircase. She could see movement there, faint, almost imperceptible, but there, shadows twisting in the corners of her vision, shadows that reached for her, that beckoned her forward. Her mind screamed in protest, but her body betrayed her, moving of its own accord, as if it had no choice but to obey the call. It was the house. It was calling her back. It had never let her go. The thought sent a shiver of pure dread through her. But even as she stepped forward, as her legs carried her back toward the wreckage, she understood something crucial. It wasn't just the house that had a hold on her. It was her. The house had burrowed inside her, deep within her psyche. And the entity, it had left something behind. Something that wasn't simply going to vanish, something that would follow her, haunting her dreams, her thoughts. She could feel it now, a dark weight. In the pit of her stomach, a gnawing emptiness that couldn't be filled. Clara, the voice spoke again. This time it was no longer soft or comforting. It was cold, harsh, demanding. It came from the darkness beyond the ruins, from the very heart of the house. It wasn't her mother. It was the entity. It had never left. Clara stopped in her tracks, her breath catching in her throat. The shadows began to shift, gathering around her, coalescing into something more solid, more tangible. She could see it now. A shape, a form. Not the creature she had faced before, but something else. Something darker, something that was both inside and outside her, woven into her very being. The entity was alive. It had fed on her fear, her grief, her pain, and now it was a part of her, lodged deep within her soul. Clara staggered backward, her body trembling as she realized the horrifying truth. She had become a vessel for it, the creature, or whatever. It was no longer needed the house to exist. It had merged with her, had found a way to live on through her, a parasite feeding on her every thought, every emotion. You cannot escape me, Clara. You are mine. The voice, no longer a whisper, now roared in her ears, an oppressive, suffocating sound that filled her head. The shadows surged forward, reaching for her with long, gnarled fingers. Clara tried to fight, tried to push against it, but her mind was spiraling, twisting. The house was gone, but the darkness wasn't. It was in her, and it would never let her go. With a final, desperate cry, Clara collapsed to her knees, her hands clutching her head as the world around her darkened. The last vestiges of light from the collapsed ruins flickered out, leaving her in total blackness, and then she understood. The house had never been a place. It had been a gateway, a way to pass on its darkness to those who entered. And now, the darkness was hers, forever. Clara's world had become a labyrinth of shadows, a dark place where the lines between reality and nightmare blurred until they could no longer be distinguished. The entity's voice, a low, mocking whisper, had become her constant companion, a presence that followed her every movement, lurking at the edges of her thoughts. She could hear it now, just beneath her breath, a hum in the air, a song of hunger and emptiness. Clara, it would call, stretching the syllables like a siren's. Song, come closer. You can never leave. You belong to me. It wasn't just the words that haunted her. It was the feeling, the oppressive weight that pressed down on her chest, on her soul, like a hand that gripped her heart. The longer she stayed, the more it gnawed at her, like some dark parasite feeding on her fear, her isolation. She couldn't escape it, couldn't escape herself. The darkness that had once been confined to the house had seeped into her very being, crawling beneath her skin, wrapping its cold fingers around her spine. She could feel it, always. The darkness, pulsing through her veins like venom, burning her from the inside out. It had always been there, waiting for her, luring her deeper into the depths of its own hunger. The house had never been a place. It was an anchor, a place where it had been able to thrive, to feed on grief, sorrow, and fear. And now, it had found its home in her. But that wasn't the worst part. No, the worst part was the creeping doubt. That began to take root in her mind, something more terrifying than any shadow or whisper. What if she had always been meant to be its vessel? The question lodged itself deep in her thoughts, turning in her head like a shard of glass. It made her want to scream, made her skin crawl, but no sound came. The silence around her grew thicker, heavier, until it felt like the weight of her own mind was pressing in on her. She had been born into this darkness, hadn't she? Her mother's voice, the one that had once comforted her as a child, now twisted into something darker, something alien. Clara. It was always calling her, always waiting for her to answer. You can't escape me. She could still hear the whispers, but now they were everywhere. The darkness wrapped itself around her, not as a separate entity, but as an extension of her own fears and regrets, of the grief she had buried for so many years. Every memory, every moment of pain was brought to the surface, twisted into something monstrous. She could see them now, the faces of the people she had lost, each one appearing in the dark corners of her vision, their eyes wide with terror, with accusation. Her mother's face loomed in front of her, but it wasn't the same. The face that had once been warm and loving was now cold, hollow. The skin was pale, stretched tight over the bones. Her mother's eyes, those same eyes Clara had once looked into for comfort, now stared at her with a terrible, empty hunger. You should have never come back, the face whispered, its voice now an echo of the entity's. You should have stayed. Away. You belong to me. Clara staggered backward, her breath coming in ragged gasps. This wasn't her mother. This wasn't even the house anymore. This was the curse, the thing that had been passed down from generation to generation, the thing that fed on loss, on emptiness, and now it had consumed her. She tried to scream, but no sound came. She felt it then, the cold, creeping sensation of her own skin, like something inside her was slithering. The darkness had taken root in her, woven itself into the fabric of her being, and it was pulling her toward something. She didn't know what, but she could feel it. Clara, you are mine now. Forever. It was then that she realized what had been happening. Her mind, her will, had begun to slip away. The entity was more than just a being. It was an infection, a poison that had sunk deep into her psyche. It wasn't merely controlling her actions, it was rewiring her thoughts, her very perception of herself. Every time she tried to fight back, to hold on to the pieces of her identity, the darkness grew stronger, more insistent. The whispering voice, that sweet, deceiving call, was no longer external. It was inside her, reverberating in the corners of her mind, molding her thoughts, her very essence. She could no longer tell where she ended and it began. The lines had blurred, and Clara was no longer certain if the thoughts in her head were her own or something darker, something far more ancient. Her reflection, if she could call it that, stared back at her from a broken shard of glass. The face was hers, yes, but there was something off about it. Her eyes were hollow, dark, as though there was nothing left behind them but the empty void that had taken root in her soul. She could hear the voice again, the voice that was now her own, whispering softly, Clara, come back to me. She closed her eyes, willing herself to wake up, to escape this nightmare. But when she opened them again, she was still standing there, trapped in the same room, the same darkness, the same pull, the same voice. There was no escape. Not anymore. Not for her. She had become part of it. The entity was no longer something external. It had woven itself into her, taking root in the deepest parts of her mind. Her thoughts were no longer her own. The house had claimed her. The house had always claimed her, and as she stood there, in the suffocating silence, Clara understood the truth that she had tried to deny. There was no release, no salvation, no escape. The darkness wasn't something that could be defeated. It wasn't something that could be outrun. It was a part of her, and it always had been. Clara. The whisper echoed once more, and this time Clara's lips parted, and she whispered back, her voice hollow, her words not entirely her own, I am yours. The shadows gathered around her once more, swallowing her whole, as the last remnants of her identity slipped away, lost to the darkness. Clara stood at the edge of the abyss, her body motionless, her mind suspended between the fading echoes of the past and the suffocating weight of the present. She had whispered the words, I am yours, and now they hung in the air, like a chilling promise, binding her to the darkness that had consumed her. There was no longer a trace of the woman she had been, no trace of the girl who had once dreamed of escape, of freedom. She was a hollow thing now, filled only with shadows and whispers. The entity had seeped into every crack, every hidden crevice of her soul. It was no longer just a force, an invisible presence. It was her, or rather, it was all that was left of her. There was nothing left to resist, no urge to fight, nothing to cling to. It was as though the very act of struggling had been drained from her, leaving behind a vessel for the darkness to pour into. She didn't know how long she had been standing there, unmoving, staring at the shattered remains of the house that had once been her prison. The ruin of it seemed to stretch on endlessly, its broken walls towering high into a sky that was forever clouded, a sky that felt as if it were collapsing inward. A strange stillness had fallen over the ruins, the kind of silence that wasn't natural. The air itself seemed to vibrate, humming with an eerie energy, as though the earth beneath her feet was alive, watching her. "Come back to me," the voice murmured, and Clara's body responded, though her mind did not. She began to walk, slowly, mechanically, her feet dragging through the dust and the rubble, her every step echoing in the empty silence. There was no sound except for the pulse of her own heartbeat in her ears, the rhythmic thud, thud, thud that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the ground. It was the heartbeat of the house, the heartbeat of the thing that had possessed her. Clara. "Come back." She didn't resist. There was no fight left in her. Her hands hung at her sides, her posture slouched, the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her, suffocating her. With each step, she descended further into the darkness, further into the heart of the ruins where the entity waited. She didn't know what she was walking toward. She no longer cared. All that mattered was the pull, the call, the hunger that had been with her since the moment she had stepped foot into this cursed place. "I've been waiting for you," it whispered. Clara felt the ground shift beneath her as she neared the center of the wreckage. The walls that had once enclosed the house had been reduced to jagged shards of stone and wood, and yet she could still sense something there, something alive. She stepped forward, her feet sinking into the soft earth, and as she did, a strange sensation rippled through her body. It was as though the very soil beneath her had a pulse, a rhythm, and it was feeding into her, syncing with her own heartbeat. "You are mine," the entity's voice purred, closer now, as though it were right beside her. And then she saw it. At first, it was just a flicker, a shadow against the crumbling walls, but as her gaze fixed upon it, the figure became clearer. A silhouette standing at the far end of the ruins, bathed in the dim light of a half-hidden moon. It was tall, taller than any man she had ever seen, and its form was dark, shapeless, as if made of smoke and shadows. There was no face, only a smooth, featureless surface where eyes and mouth should be. But Clara knew that it was watching her. She could feel it, that unblinking gaze waiting for her. The pull grew stronger. Her feet moved faster now, as though they had their own will, carrying her toward the creature that had been waiting for her. She wanted to scream, to run, but she couldn't. Her voice was gone. Her body was no longer hers. The darkness had seeped into her soul, and now it was consuming everything, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. "It's time," the entity said, its voice rippling through the air like a distant thunderclap. She stopped in front of the figure. The entity didn't move, but she could feel its presence closing in on her, wrapping itself around her, pressing against her chest until she thought she would suffocate. "You were always meant to be mine," it whispered. "You were always meant to join me." She reached out, not with her hands, but with her mind, her very essence drawn to it like a moth to a flame. There was nothing left in her to resist. The darkness had eaten her whole, and now it would consume what little was left. The air around her seemed to crackle with energy, like static before a storm. The ground trembled beneath her, and the walls of the ruined house began to shift, rearranging themselves into something unrecognizable. It was as if the very landscape was folding in on itself, distorting, bending to the will of the entity. Clara's vision blurred. The darkness closed in, and Clara was no longer certain where she ended and it began. She could hear the voice again, deep and resonant, but now it was inside her, echoing in the very marrow of her bones. "Come with me, Clara," the voice whispered, "and you will be free." The last shred of Clara's identity, her will, her fight, was slipping away. And yet, somewhere deep inside her, there was a flicker of recognition. Something still fought against the pull, still screamed to break free. But it was weak, a fading ember in a storm of darkness, The air around her thickened, suffocating her. The shadows closed in around her, coiling and twisting like serpents, consuming her, swallowing her whole. Her body felt heavy, as though it no longer belonged to her, and then there was nothing. No sound, no feeling, only the presence. The darkness. Clara was lost. And yet, as the last fragment of her mind faded into oblivion, one thought remained, clear as day. It was never just the house. The house had stood silent for years, its once crumbling form now almost indistinguishable from the surrounding wilderness. Nature had claimed the bones of its walls, vines creeping up the sides, smothering the decaying frame. The windows, once eyes to the horrors within, were now broken and shrouded in thick layers of dust and grime, as though trying to close the memories out. But the silence was not peace. It was the kind of stillness that gnawed at the edges of the mind, the sort of quiet that made you feel as though something was waiting, watching. Miles away, in a small, quiet town, people spoke in hushed tones about the old house. They whispered about Clara, her family, and the house's cursed legacy. Some said she had been consumed by grief. Others claimed she had gone mad in the end. The truth, though, was that no one really knew what happened to Clara. Her disappearance had been sudden. The news carried on the backs of rumors that traveled quickly through the small town. One day, Clara had simply stopped coming to work. No one knew why. No one knew where she had gone. But she wasn't the first. The house had a history of pulling people into its orbit, of slowly breaking down their resistance and feeding off their fears. And Clara, unfortunately, was just another name in a long list of victims the police had searched. The local search teams scoured the woods surrounding the house, desperate to find any sign of her. But they found nothing. No footprints, no signs of struggle, just the house. Foreboding, silent, empty. But some things couldn't be forgotten. Several. Weeks after Clara's disappearance, her brother, Luke, stood at the edge of the woods, staring at the ruins of the house. He had driven for hours, unable to sleep, haunted by dreams of Clara calling out to him, her voice faint and distant, her face twisted in terror. The trees stood like silent sentinels, casting long shadows over the ground as he stepped forward, his boots crunching on the dry, brittle earth. It was late in the evening, and the last slivers of sunlight hung low in the sky, casting everything in an amber glow. Yet, despite the warmth of the sunset, there was a chill in the air, an unnatural, biting cold that seemed to seep into his bones. He had been here before, as a child, long before the house had begun to fall apart, before the curse had taken root, before the darkness had begun to swallow everything it touched. But now, something was different. The weight of the air felt oppressive, as if the ground itself was alive with something ancient, something hungry. As Luke approached the ruins, his heart raced. The house seemed to loom over him, even in its broken, dilapidated state. It felt wrong. Wrong in a way he couldn't explain. As if the house was not simply a structure, but a living thing, breathing and waiting for something or someone to enter. And then he saw it, a figure standing in the doorway, a woman. Her hair hung in tangled strands around her face, obscuring her features. Her clothes were tattered, as if they had been ripped apart by some unseen force. Luke's breath caught in his throat as he took a step forward. "Clara!" he called, out, his voice trembling. His heart ached with both hope and dread. The woman didn't respond. She just stood there, motionless, like a statue. Luke's mind raced, but his body moved without hesitation. He stepped closer, his gaze locked on her. And then, just as he was about to reach out, the figure turned. It wasn't Clara. Her face was pale, gaunt. Her eyes were wide and hollow, black pits that seemed to absorb all the light around them. The skin around her mouth was stretched taut, like it had been pulled back, revealing teeth that were sharp and unnaturally long. Her fingers twitched, long nails scraping against the wood of the doorway as she slowly took a step toward him. Luke froze, his blood running cold. He knew this thing, this creature. It was not Clara, but it had her face, her eyes. The air thickened, a suffocating presence, pressing in on him, as if the very house were closing in, urging him to turn and run, but his feet were glued to the ground. The figure spoke, its voice a rasping whisper, like the sound of paper being torn. She is gone, but she is not lost. Luke's breath hitched. He knew those words. They had been the last thing Clara had said to him before she vanished. She is gone, but she is not lost. The voice was unmistakable, but now it wasn't coming from Clara's lips. What did you do to her?" he demanded, his voice shaking with anger and fear. The creature's lips curled into something that might have been a smile, but it was twisted, grotesque. "I didn't do anything," it purred. "I simply claimed what was mine, just as it always was, just as it always will be." A horrible realization washed over him then. The house, the curse, the darkness. It was all connected. Clara hadn't just disappeared. She had been taken, consumed by the entity that had lived in the house long before them. It had found its next vessel in her. And now, it was speaking through this thing that wore her face, her voice, her memories. Luke took a step back, his heart racing. He tried to shake the overwhelming terror, but it was no use. He was sinking deeper, drawn into something that he couldn't fight. He could feel the presence growing stronger, pressing against him like a weight, pulling him into its depths. "You can still save her," the creature whispered, "if you're willing to let go." The wind shifted suddenly, swirling around. Him, carrying with it a familiar scent. A scent of decay and rot, the smell of the house, the scent of death. Luke's thoughts scrambled. He remembered Clara's warning, her last words. "You can never leave." Was that the truth? Was there any way to free her from the grip of this entity? Or had she already become part of it, lost in the same way his father had been before her? He wanted to scream, to run, but his body wouldn't move. The words hung in the air, pressing on him. "You can't save her, Luke. She is me now, and you will be too." The ground beneath him began to tremble, the house shifting, warping, as though it were coming alive. The walls groaned, the beams creaked, and the very earth seemed to pulse, alive with malevolent energy. A flicker of movement caught Luke's eye. Something in the shadows, something small and barely visible. It was Clara's face, but not quite. It was distorted, broken, her eyes wide with terror, a silent scream frozen on her lips. Then it was gone, lost again to the darkness. "Clara!" he cried, but his voice was swallowed by the overwhelming weight of the air, by the very house itself, which seemed to be alive and breathing, feeding on his fear. He could hear the entity's laughter in the distance, rising up like a low growl as the walls closed in on him, the shadows creeping toward his feet, wrapping around his ankles, pulling him downward. It was then that he realized the house wasn't just a place. It wasn't just a building. It was a prison, an anchor for the entity. And everyone who came near it, who stayed too long, was pulled into the same web. And Clara was gone. She had never truly left. Luke's heart hammered in his chest, but it wasn't fear that drove him forward now. It was the realization of what he had to do. Clara, his sister, the thing that had once been her had claimed the last remnants of her soul, and there was nothing left but an echo, a hollow version of the person he'd loved, But in the distance, from the corners of his mind, he could hear her, her real voice, the one he hadn't heard in so long. A faint, distorted whisper, like the rustling of dry leaves. "Help me." Her voice clung to him, making his limbs feel heavy, sluggish. His body seemed to hesitate, caught between the pull of the house and the distant call of his sister. Every step he took felt as though he was sinking deeper into a thick, suffocating fog. And yet, he couldn't stop himself. He was being led, not by his own will, but by something older, something darker. The house loomed before him now, impossibly tall. It stretched into the sky like a jagged wound, its broken windows glaring out at him like 1,000 eyes, watching, waiting. The air around him was thick, swirling with a chill that burned his skin and left a taste of rot on his tongue. The floor beneath his feet felt soft, like wet clay. And with every step, the ground seemed to give way, shifting and groaning, as though the house itself were alive, reacting to his presence. He could hear the wind howling, its mournful cry filling the silence around him. But it wasn't just the wind. It was the sound of the house, its walls creaking and shifting, its breath a constant rhythmic pulse that seemed to be syncing with his own. Clara. Her voice was louder now, closer, and though it should have comforted him, it did the opposite. It filled him with an overwhelming sense of dread, as though something terrible were about to happen. Something he wasn't ready for. There was no turning back. He had come too far, and the house knew it. As Luke stepped onto the threshold of the house, the door creaked open as if welcoming him inside. The darkness beyond the doorway seemed to swallow the light around him, drawing him in with an unnatural force. The smell hit him first, musty, stagnant, like something had been decaying for years. His stomach churned, but he forced himself to move forward, pushing the door open wider. The groan of the hinges seemed to echo through the house, amplifying the silence that surrounded him. And then, nothing. For a long moment, the house was still. Not a sound, not a whisper, just the oppressive weight of the dark, heavy air pressing against him from all sides. But then, as his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he saw it. The walls seemed to ripple as though they were breathing, shifting ever, so slightly with the rhythm of the house's pulse. There were shadows, shapes moving in the corners of his vision, but they weren't just shadows. They were forms, tendrils of blackness that seemed to stretch toward him, waiting for him to cross the threshold. He stepped forward. The floor beneath his feet creaked, the wood groaning as though protesting his every movement. The air seemed to grow colder still, and his breath came out in visible clouds, even though it wasn't supposed to be that cold. The temperature was wrong. The atmosphere was wrong. "It's too late," the voice whispered. "You're already here." Oh, room shifted then. The walls wavered and bent like a painting caught in a gust of wind. The floor buckled beneath him, warping like liquid, pulling him in every direction at once. Luke stumbled, trying to catch his balance, but it was as though the very space around him was twisting and warping, unhinging from reality. And then, a laugh. It was soft at first, like the sound of glass shattering from a distance, but it grew, louder, closer, and it was so chilling that it made his blood run cold. The laugh wasn't human. It was too deep, too guttural. It sounded like something far older, far more ancient than anything he could comprehend. The sound reverberated through the walls, through his very bones, and it was the house. It was the entity, the thing that had claimed his sister. "You think you can save her?" The voice cooed, now echoing in his mind. "She's mine, Luke. You will never have her back. Not now, not ever." Luke's legs trembled. He reached out to steady himself against the nearest wall, but as his hand touched the surface, it shifted, rippling like liquid darkness. He jerked back, a shiver crawling up his spine. It was then that he saw her, Clara. But not Clara as he remembered her. Her face was gaunt and hollow, her skin stretched tight over her bones. Her eyes, those deep, empty voids, fixed on him, unblinking. Her mouth hung open, stretched impossibly wide, as if something inside her were trying to escape. Her body was twisted, bent at unnatural angles, as though it were not entirely her own. "Help me, Luke," she whispered. Her voice was distorted, a broken echo of the girl he had known. "Please, help me." But her voice was not a cry for help. It was a trap, a lure. The air in the room thickened. The darkness deepened. Luke wanted to scream, to call her name, but the words caught in his throat. His vision blurred. His mind screamed at him to turn around, to leave, to run, but his feet wouldn't move. He was paralyzed, unable to do anything but watch. Clara stepped forward, but her movements were unnatural, jerky. She was no longer the sister he had known. She was a puppet, a vessel for something much darker, something much older. "You should never have come here, Luke." The words were spoken not by Clara, but by the entity. The voice slithered into his mind, a cold, venomous whisper that made his skin crawl. "She was never yours to save. She was mine from the moment she stepped inside. And now, so are you." A shadow emerged from the darkness behind her, a form that had been there all along, waiting. It was the entity, its true form, a shifting, twisting mass of darkness that seemed to absorb all light around it. It was an endless blackness, swirling like smoke. But within it, shapes seemed to flicker. Faces, memories, figures, each one distorted and broken, trapped within its grasp. Luke staggered back, his breath ragged, his heart pounding in his chest. He tried to turn, to flee, but his legs wouldn't move. The darkness closed in on him, like a vice tightening around his chest, suffocating him. And then, just as he thought he would collapse under the weight of it all, Clara's voice pierced. Through the darkness, "I never wanted this, Luke." It was a sound of desperation, raw and broken. It wasn't the voice of the entity, it was Clara's true voice, faint, far off. And for the briefest moment he saw her, not as the twisted thing standing before him, but as she had been, alive. Her eyes filled with tears, her lips trembling, with the effort to speak, "I'm sorry." And then everything went black. The darkness clung to Luke's senses like a wet shroud. He couldn't tell how long he had been standing there, paralyzed by fear, by the weight of his own hopelessness. It was as though the passage of time itself had become irrelevant. His body ached, his chest tightened with each breath, but the darkness in the house seemed to absorb all the air, choking him. There was no escape. The shadows pressed in from all sides. At first, they had been distant, mere flickers from the corners of his eyes, but now they seemed to surround him completely. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with a slow, rhythmic beat, the sound of the house's breath, inhaling and exhaling in time with his own. The air was thick, laden with a heavy, suffocating sense of inevitability. He had come here searching for Clara, desperate to pull her from the grip of the house, but now, as the darkness curled around him like a serpent, he wasn't so sure anymore. There was something else in the air, something familiar, but twisted, something he couldn't quite place Clara, he thought, but the thought barely formed before it was swallowed up by the oppressive weight around him. He tried to speak, to call her name, but the words wouldn't come. His tongue felt heavy in his mouth, like it had been coated with something thick and viscous, rendering him mute. "It's not her," a voice inside his mind whispered. Luke's heart jolted at the thought, but the voice continued, steady and cold, like a silent truth that had always been there, waiting to be uncovered. "The Clara you knew is gone." She's no longer what you think she is. His eyes darted around the room, desperate to find the source of the voice. But there was nothing but the void, the empty stretch of darkness that seemed to swallow him whole. The air thickened. He felt himself drawn toward the center of the room. No matter how hard he tried to resist, his feet carried him forward. Slowly, unwillingly, like he was being pulled by invisible hands. Every step was heavier than the last, each one sinking deeper into the floor, as if the house was absorbing his very essence, swallowing him piece by piece. Then he saw it. Clara. Not the twisted, hollow version of her that had stood before him earlier, but the real Clara. She was lying on the floor in the center of the room, motionless, her hair spread out around her like a dark halo. Her skin was pale, as though all life had been drained from her body. Her eyes were closed, but her lips trembled ever so slightly, as though she were trying to speak. "Clara." Luke's voice came out as a strained whisper, almost too quiet to hear. But she didn't respond. She just lay there, still and silent, as though the world around her had ceased to matter. The air grew colder still, the temperature plummeting as if winter had descended on the house in an instant. The floor creaked beneath Luke's feet, but he could barely register it, his focus fixed entirely on Clara. He reached out to touch her, just to make sure she was real, just to confirm that she hadn't been lost to him forever. But as his fingers brushed against her skin, something shifted. The world around him flickered. The walls, the floor, even the air itself began to warp and distort like ripples in water. Luke stumbled back, his heart racing, but there was nowhere to go. The room was changing, bending around him, pulling him into something far worse than he could have ever imagined. Clara's body began to twitch, her fingers curling and uncurling as though she were waking from a deep, nightmare-filled sleep. But her eyes, they didn't open. Her eyes were still those hollow black pits of emptiness. "It's not her," the voice whispered again, louder this time. "She is no longer the sister you knew. She's mine. She was always mine. From the moment she stepped foot inside this place." The voice came from everywhere, surrounding him, weaving through his mind like a poisonous thread, each word a dagger that burrowed deeper into his consciousness. The house seemed to pulse with the voice, every beam and every floorboard vibrating with its insidious rhythm. Luke's knees buckled. He fell to the ground, his hands pressing into the cold, warped wood beneath him. He couldn't breathe. His chest felt tight, like the very air had been sucked from the room. "You shouldn't have come here," the voice continued, mocking him. "Now you see the truth. Now you know. The house." The voice paused, as though savoring the moment. "The house chooses its victims, Luke, and Clara was chosen, and so are you." A wave of nausea crashed over him as the realization hit him like a physical blow. This wasn't just a house. It wasn't just some abandoned, decaying building. It was alive. It had a will, a hunger, and those it claimed were trapped forever, bound to its walls, its floors, its very soul. The ground trembled beneath him, and the walls seemed to grow taller, closing in like a living, breathing thing. Shadows, thick and shifting, crawled up the walls and across the floor, surrounding him, pressing in, smothering him. And then Clara moved. Her head twitched upward, her hair falling away from her face like dark curtains. Her eyes snapped open, but they were no longer hers. They were black, empty voids, pools of nothingness. She stared at him, unblinking, her gaze unwavering. Her lips parted, but it wasn't her voice that came from her mouth. "You should have let me go, Luke." The words were cold, distant, but they cut through him like a knife. His heart pounded in his chest, the weight of his sister's loss crashing down on him all at once. The pain was unbearable. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice thick with grief. "I didn't mean for this to happen. But Clara..." No, the thing that was wearing her face only smiled. It wasn't a kind smile. It was a grin of hunger, of malice, of something ancient and predatory. "You can't save me, Luke," the thing rasped. "You never could." The world around him seemed to shudder, and the house groaned, the walls buckling inward as the darkness spread. The shadows writhed, twisting and shifting like creatures of their own accord. "You're too late." Luke turned, desperate to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The house was all around him. It had him, and Clara. Clara had been lost to the house long ago. Her soul had been devoured, consumed by the entity that had claimed her, and now Luke was its next victim. The darkness surged forward, overwhelming. Him. It wrapped around him like chains, tightening, pulling him into the depths of the house, into its eternal embrace, and somewhere, in the twisted corners of his mind, he heard Clara's voice, one last time. "I'm sorry, Luke. I'm sorry." Luke's chest was tight. Each breath felt like an effort. Slow, ragged, as if the air had thickened around him, coagulating with the weight of 1,000 unspeakable truths. He could still hear Clara's voice, distant, faint, like a dying ember. "I'm sorry." But it wasn't her voice anymore. No, it was the thing that wore her face, the thing that had drawn him here to this cursed place. He stood in the center of the room, staring at the hollow remnants of what had once been his sister. His body trembled, not from fear, but from the overpowering sense of loss, of something deeper than death. The shadows that clung to the walls began to writhe again, their shapes bending and shifting like living things. They knew him now. The house knew him. He was no longer a trespasser, no longer an intruder. He was part of it. He had been claimed. The air grew colder. He could hear the house itself breathing, a deep pulsing sound like a vast, forgotten creature, curled beneath the earth. The walls whispered, the floor groaned, and somewhere far off there was the sound of something dragging itself across the floor, a scraping, agonizing noise, like metal against stone. Luke stumbled backward, his legs weak beneath him. The house felt closer, like the very space around him had contracted. There was no escape. He had been drawn in by the promises of salvation, of rescue, but now he understood. The house didn't offer salvation. It consumed it. Why? The word slipped from his lips without his permission. He wanted to scream, to rage, but his voice was small, weak. Why me? Why Clara? The answer came slowly, like the turn of a page. A cold, guttural voice filled the air, surrounding him with its presence. "You are not the first to seek salvation here, Luke." The voice reverberated through the walls, the floor, the air. It wasn't just the entity speaking, it was the house itself, its essence, woven into every corner of this place. "Nor will you be the last. The house calls to the lost, to the desperate. It promises what it cannot give. It feasts on the hope of fools." Luke shook his head, his chest heaving. The darkness felt like it was pressing in from all sides, smothering him, drowning him in its weight. "I'm not a fool," he said hoarsely. "I came to save my sister. I'll find a way to save her." Save her? The voice laughed, a cruel, hollow sound that sent a tremor through him. "Clara is gone. There is no saving her. She was never yours to save. She belongs to the house now. And you..." The voice shifted, its tone thick with malice. "You belong to me." Luke felt the floor shift beneath him, the very foundation of the house, trembling, as though something vast and terrible were stirring deep below. The air around him thickened further, swirling with a dense, oppressive presence. The house was waking. And it was hungry. The shadows along the walls grew longer, twisting, like serpents, their shapes becoming more defined, more solid. They stretched toward him, reaching for his feet, wrapping themselves around his ankles, pulling him into the darkness. He could feel it now, the weight of the house's history, its endless cycle of hunger. Every soul that enters here is claimed. Every soul. The voice was soothing, hypnotic and cruel. You are no different. You will feed the house as all the others have before you. And when your time comes, when your soul has been devoured, when you are nothing more than a shadow clinging to the walls, I will take another. And then another. The room around him seemed to stretch, its walls becoming vast and unending. There was no horizon, no escape. The very floor beneath him seemed to dissolve, transforming into a swirling void of black, a chasm that threatened to swallow him whole. His breath came in short gasps. His mind was reeling, struggling to understand, to process what was happening. How had it come to this? How had Clara become part of this nightmare? The house chose you, Luke, the same way it chose her. The same way it chooses all who are foolish enough to enter. Luke's vision blurred as the shadows around him tightened, constricting, the dark tendrils wrapping around his body, pulling him closer to the ground. The sensation was suffocating, like drowning in the very air itself. His thoughts scattered, fragmented. Clara's face flickered before him again, her broken expression, her empty eyes. "I'm sorry, Luke." "No," he screamed, his voice raw with desperation. "This isn't her," he thought. "It can't be her." But it was too late. The house had already woven its web around him, entangling his every thought, his every breath. The walls began to whisper again, their voices indistinguishable from the shadows that reached toward him. "Do you feel it now?" The voice came again, thick with satisfaction. "The house, it is hungry, and it will always be hungry. There is no escape from it. Only the eternal hunger." Luke wanted to scream, to fight back, but his body betrayed him. His limbs grew heavy, his movements slow. The darkness closed in, wrapping around him like a cocoon, and with it came an overwhelming sense of knowing. He understood now. The house wasn't just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, a parasite that fed on despair, on hopelessness. It didn't care for souls, it cared for their suffering. It consumed pain and torment, and it would never let go. He could see it now, glimpses of those who had come before him, figures, faces, their expressions twisted in eternal agony, trapped in the walls, in the very fabric of the house. They were like you, the voice murmured. They thought they could save themselves too. They thought they could save someone else. But the truth was clear now. They were all trapped, caught in a cycle that had existed long before they had ever stepped foot in this house. And now, Luke was one of them, just another soul claimed by the insatiable hunger of the house. "There is no saving you now, Luke." The voice was almost kind now, its malice buried beneath a layer of false tenderness. "You are mine, and you always will be." The darkness around him thickened, suffocating him, until all that remained was the echo of Clara's voice, growing fainter. Fainter, "I'm sorry," and then silence. Luke's body felt as though it were no longer his own. His limbs were heavy, immobile, bound by some invisible force that kept him anchored in place. His head hung low, his eyes no longer seeing the world around him, but lost in the black void that had swallowed him whole. The darkness pressed in on every side, squeezing the life from him, leaving only the faintest pulse of existence. The house. It was still there. Not just a structure of rotting walls and broken windows, but something alive, something ancient, that reached into the very fabric of his soul. It was consuming him, pulling him deeper into itself, carving away the last remnants of his identity. He had been standing in that void for what felt like hours, maybe days, the passage of time, meaningless concept here. His mind was unraveling. The house had broken him piece by piece, stripping him of his purpose, of his will. The shadows whispered, but their voices were no longer distinct. They had become one, a million voices, all speaking in a single insistent chorus, drowning him in their endless hollow cries. "You belong to me, Luke." The words echoed in his ears, but they weren't just words. They were a force, a weight, a presence that seemed to press in on his very thoughts. The house had fed on him, on his grief and fear, and now it was taking him in full. He had tried to resist, he had fought, had tried to save Clara, but it had been futile. "She was never yours to save," the voice murmured again, a cruel whisper in the silence. "You both belong to me." Luke's mind clung to the memories of Clara, his sister, her face now twisted in his mind, a face that was both hers and not hers. He remembered the days they spent together, before the house had consumed their family, before it had claimed his father, his mother, before it had twisted everything they had been. But now, all of that was fading, slipping away from him, as if it had never been real to begin with. Clara. The name escaped his lips, a broken whisper in the dark. His sister, the girl he had tried so hard to save. But she was gone. The last traces of her humanity had been wiped away, consumed by the house and the thing that now wore her face. He had lost her, and in the end, the house had taken him as well. "You'll never escape," the voice said again, now closer, now almost, inside his mind. There is no end. Only the endless hunger. The floor beneath him trembled, the walls groaned, as though something deep within the house was shifting. Luke's body quivered with the weight of it all, the weight of his failure, of his understanding. The house didn't want him to escape. The house didn't care about him. It only cared about its endless hunger. He was nothing more than fuel for that hunger. "Clara, I'm sorry." His voice was weak, barely a whisper, swallowed up by the vast emptiness around him. But as the words left him, something stirred inside him. A feeling, something deep within his chest, like a memory trying to surface. A flicker of light in the suffocating darkness. There was no hope left, no escape. The house had claimed him, but still, some small part of him fought. It was not for survival. It was not for victory. It was for something else. "I can't let it take me completely." The thought rang out, clear and loud, defiant. The darkness, the voice, everything seemed to quiet for a moment. Luke felt it, a ripple, a pulse that ran through the house, as if it were reacting to his defiance. The shadows tightened around him, but then they began to pull back, slowly retreating, as though they were afraid of something. For a moment, he thought he saw it, the faintest flicker of light. It was a brief vision. Clara, standing in the light, her eyes clear and warm. She smiled at him, but there was no emptiness in her gaze, no hunger. Just Clara. Clara. She was gone. But the love, the bond they had shared, was still there. It was all that was left in him, the last piece of humanity that the house had not yet consumed. "I won't let you win," Luke whispered, more to himself than to the house. But the words were enough. He didn't know if he could break free. He didn't know if he could escape the house, but he would fight until there was nothing left. Because if he allowed himself to be consumed completely, if he surrendered to the darkness, the house would win. And it had already taken too much. The walls groaned again, but this time the sound was different. It was not the usual creak of decay. It was a roar, a furious sound, as if the house itself was in agony. Luke's chest tightened. His breath came in short bursts. The flicker of light grew brighter, stronger, and the shadows recoiled from it, as if they feared it. And then a voice, Clara's voice, real this time, spoke from the light. A faint whisper, but clearer than anything else he had heard in so long. "You are not alone, Clara." His voice cracked. He could hardly believe it. He felt the weight of the house's grip on him weakening. The hunger, the suffocating darkness, began to loosen, retreating from the light that seemed to surround him. "You can still find your way out, Luke. You can still." But the light flickered. The voice was gone. The shadows surged forward once more, this time stronger than ever. The hunger came with it, a roaring, insatiable wave of darkness that crashed over him like a flood. But this time, Luke was ready. He clung to the flicker of light, to the memory of Clara, to the love that had once filled his life. The darkness pressed in, but he stood against it, even as it consumed him. "I am not yours," Luke thought. And though the darkness fought to pull him under, though it clung to his soul, he refused to let it win. The light surged once more, blinding, overwhelming, and as it enveloped him, he felt himself fading. But this time, it wasn't to the house. It was to something else, something beyond. The shadows screamed, their voices a deafening howl that seemed to echo through the very fabric of reality. But Luke, he was free. And then there was only silence. Something real. She wanted to scream, to fight, but her body betrayed her. She felt herself sinking, her mind slipping into the same dark void she had been running from since the moment she entered these cursed woods. And then suddenly a new sound broke through the oppressive silence. The sound of footsteps. Slow, methodical. Megan's heart skipped. A beat. It wasn't from behind her, it wasn't coming from the shadows, it was coming from the door. Her eyes snapped toward it. The door, which had once seemed like a refuge, was now the last barrier between her and whatever horrors waited for her in the woods. The darkness outside loomed like a waiting predator. She was trapped. But now there was someone at the door. The door creaked open, Megan's breath caught in her throat. She couldn't move. Her body was paralyzed with fear, with disbelief. For a moment she thought it might be a trick of her mind, but the footsteps were real, their sound clear in the stillness of the cabin. And then the figure stepped inside. It was a woman. She was tall, her silhouette draped in long, flowing garments that appeared almost luminous in the dim light. Her features were sharp, her face beautiful and cold, but there was something undeniably wrong about her. Her eyes were too wide, too pale, and the air around her seemed to shimmer with an unnatural energy, as if the very presence of this woman disturbed the air, the space itself. The man, the twisted figure who had once been human, turned toward her. There was a moment of stillness between them, a strange tension, as if the very world held its breath. "You've come for her?" The voice came from the man, but it wasn't his voice. It was something else, something darker, something ancient. The woman's lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't a kind one. It wasn't even human. "Yes," she replied, her voice like silk and ice, both soft and commanding. "She belongs to us, just as you do." Megan's heart hammered in her chest. She could barely process what was happening, could barely understand the conversation unfolding before her. The woman stepped forward, her feet barely touching the floor, as if she were floating, gliding toward the center of the room. "Do you see now?" the woman whispered to Megan, her voice so close yet so distant. "You have always been part of this. You came here seeking escape, but you are home. You are one of us. You are bound to the woods, to the forest. You will stay." Megan tried to speak, tried to shout, but her words caught in her throat, swallowed by the weight of their power, their unholy presence. The woman raised a hand, and the darkness in the room seemed to respond, swirling, thickening around them like a living thing. It crawled toward Megan, crawling into her skin, into her mind. She could hear it now, the hum, louder than ever before. But now, it was no longer a sound of the forest. It was a call, a summons. It was calling her home, and she couldn't fight it anymore. Megan closed her eyes, her body finally giving in. The cold, the fear, the darkness, they were all one now, seeping into her like the forest's roots had seeped into the earth. And as the last remnants of her will crumbled away, she heard the final whisper, "Welcome home, Megan." The darkness engulfed her like a tidal wave. It was not the silence of the forest that had been there before, but something deeper, more intimate, as though the very essence of the woods had reached into her soul and was now part of her. Her breath came in short, frantic gasps, the pressure of the air thick with the presence of something ancient, something waiting for her. The shadows around her weren't just shadows anymore. They were alive. They pulsed with a slow, rhythmic heartbeat, as if the forest itself was breathing, drawing her deeper into its fold. Megan's body felt cold, and her skin prickled with the sensation of invisible hands brushing against her. She could hear the hum now, louder, sharper, echoing in her bones like a call to something greater than herself. It vibrated through the walls of the cabin, through the very air she breathed, and in it she could feel the pull, a magnetic, almost gravitational force that was drawing her closer to the center of the storm, to the very heart of the dark power that had taken root in this place. She tried to move, tried to run, but her body refused to obey. Her limbs were heavy, like they no longer belonged to her. The ground beneath her feet shifted, the floorboards groaning as though the cabin itself were alive, shifting, growing. She felt it in the walls, in the floor, in the air around her. The cabin was part of the forest. It was a creation of the darkness, a thing born from the very roots and tendrils that twisted through the soil beneath the trees. It was not a safe haven, not a sanctuary. It was a trap, and it was holding her. The woman, the one who had appeared at the door, whose presence had filled the room with that chilling, commanding energy, was standing in the center of the cabin now, her figure sharp against the shadows. The dark energy that swirled around her seemed to shimmer, like a veil of mist that parted at her touch, and in her hands she held something, a dark, twisted relic. It looked ancient, as though it had been plucked from the very heart of the earth itself, its surface blackened and charred, etched with symbols that Megan couldn't understand, but felt deep in her bones. The woman's eyes were fixed on her, empty, wide, and knowing, as though she could see every corner of Megan's soul. "You are ours now," the woman's voice came again, softer this time, but no less dangerous. "You have always been ours. You've always known it. That is why you came, why you couldn't leave." Megan shook her head weakly, her body trembling as she tried to break free of the invisible chains that bound her. She couldn't speak. The words stuck in her throat, thick with the terror that had been building in her chest ever since she first stepped into these cursed woods. She wanted to scream. She wanted to fight. But all that came from her lips was a choking, gasping breath, her body betraying her with each second that passed. The woman stepped closer, the air growing colder with every movement. The shadows seemed to part around her, like the woods themselves were making room for her. The room felt like it was closing in, the walls pressing inward, and the floor, no longer solid, began to undulate like a living thing. Megan's eyes darted around the cabin, her gaze desperate, searching for some sign of escape, some glimmer of hope. But the door was gone. There was no way out. The only way forward was deeper into the darkness, into the endless pull of the forest that had already claimed her. "No. No, please," Megan whimpered, but the words came out weak, defeated. The woman's smile widened, though there was no joy in it, only a cold, ancient satisfaction, as if she knew something that Megan did not. "You can't fight it. You never could," the woman said, her voice quiet now, almost sympathetic. "You were always meant to return to us. All of you. Those who wander too far into our woods, who hear our call, they return. You may resist for a time, but eventually, you will come home." Her voice was so soft, so persuasive, like a lullaby sung at the edge of a child's nightmares. And Megan could feel herself growing drowsy, like the woman's words were seeping into her mind, wrapping around her thoughts like thick smoke. "Home?" Megan gasped. "What are you talking about? I don't belong here. I'm not one of you." The woman didn't reply immediately, her dark eyes boring into Megan with an intensity that made her stomach turn. Instead, she raised her hand, holding the dark relic toward Megan. The air around it shimmered, and for a moment, Megan could swear she saw movement within the object, something alive, shifting inside it, an almost imperceptible writhing, like something was being trapped inside, fighting for release. The woman spoke then, her voice a whisper, but it carried with it a weight that made Megan's heart race. "This place, this forest, has seen many like you. They wander in, lost, seeking something, purpose, escape, peace. And they find it here in the embrace of the woods. But it is not a peaceful rest. It is not an escape. It is a return to something older, something that has always been. You are drawn here because you are part of it. Your soul is tied to this place. And now you will remember." The woman's lips parted as she whispered something low, her fingers tightening around the relic. The air hummed again, a low vibration that passed through Megan's chest, rattling her bones. A strange, painful pressure formed in the center of her mind, as though something was trying to force its way into her thoughts. "No!" Megan screamed, though the word was barely a whisper, choked and ragged. I won't let you." But even as she spoke, she felt it, the memory, the weight of it pressing down on her, the rush of it flooding her mind. She saw the woods again, but not as they were now, wild and threatening. She saw them as they had been once, long ago, before the trees had grown twisted with age, before the forest had become this unnatural thing. She saw the figures, the same ones she had seen in the shadows, standing, waiting. She saw the faces, dark and hollow, but familiar somehow. And then she saw herself. She was standing among them, a part of them. And as the realization hit her, the world seemed to crack apart. The whispers flooded her thoughts, overlapping, indistinguishable from one another. The voices of those who had come before her, those who had returned to the woods. Their memories, their lives coursed through her veins like a poison, twisting her mind and body into something unrecognizable. The forest was calling her home, and she could feel it now, the truth of it. She had never been lost. She had never been seeking anything. She had been running from the inevitable. The forest had always been waiting for her. It had always known her. She had come here to die, to return. The ground beneath her feet shuddered, and the air felt thick with the weight of centuries. The woman stepped closer again, her eyes alight with something dark, something ancient. "Welcome home, Megan," she whispered, and as the darkness began to close in around her, as the forest and the shadows and the whispers consumed her very being, Megan's last thoughts were of surrender. She had no fight left in her, no strength. The forest had claimed her. She was no longer lost. She was home. The world around Megan dissolved into a dreamlike haze, a fluid stretch of time and space that bent and warped, as if the very fabric of reality was giving way. Her body felt weightless, no longer bound by the heavy, cold chains of fear and uncertainty. Her thoughts, once frantic and desperate, now drifted like leaves in the wind, slowly, slowly, sinking into a quiet numbness. Her vision was clouded, blurred like the mist that had wrapped itself around the cabin, around the forest. But she no longer cared to focus. She simply let go. In the distance, she could hear the faintest rustle of leaves, the soft whisper of wind through branches. But it wasn't the wind she heard. It was something else, something older, something waiting. She felt her feet move, though she didn't remember taking a step. Her legs were no longer hers. They moved with the precision of instinct, as though she had no control over them. The forest, once foreign and threatening, now felt as familiar as her own skin. It embraced her like a mother embracing a lost child. The towering trees, their gnarled branches twisting together in an eternal dance, seemed to part before her, as if they knew her name, her face, her soul. Her surroundings shifted again. She was no longer in the cabin, no longer confined by the four walls that had once held her captive. She stood at the edge of the forest now, looking out over a vast stretch of wilderness that felt ancient, beyond ancient. The trees, stretching up toward the sky in twisted, unnatural patterns, seemed to breathe with a life of their own. They reached down into the ground like deep roots, veins that pulsed beneath the surface of the earth, feeding the land with memories that were not hers but had somehow become part of her now. The sky above was dark, not the black of night, but a muted, sickly grey, as if the heavens themselves had been drained of colour. There was no sun, no stars, no light, just the endless, yawning abyss of shadow. She tried to speak, but the words wouldn't come. There was nothing left to say, nothing left to fight, no hope. Her body, herself, felt as if it was dissipating, fragmenting, spreading into the air, into the trees, into the very soil beneath her feet. Her limbs were no longer solid. She was a part of the land, a part of the wood, her flesh melding into the ground, her mind stretching outward, expanding into the vastness of the forest's dark heart. She could feel it, the deep, endless pull, drawing her down into the earth. She had been marked. She had been chosen. The woman, the one who had brought her here, stood beside her, as if appearing from the very shadows themselves. She was a silhouette against the darkened sky, her figure tall and slender, as cold and distant as the moon. Megan tried to speak again, tried to ask, but the words still failed her. She was beyond words now, beyond reason. You see now, don't you? The woman's voice was a soft, melodic whisper that seemed to come from the very wind itself. It was a voice Megan had heard in her dreams, a voice that had been with her long before she had set foot in this forest. This is not an end, Megan, not a death. This is a return. This is your legacy. Megan's eyes flickered toward the woman. She could barely see her now. She was fading, blending into the mist and shadows, but her voice echoed through Megan's mind, resonating deep within her consciousness. We are the keepers of this place, the woman continued. This forest, this land. It is ancient, older than time itself. It has lived, and it has taken. It has endured, and it has claimed those who wandered too far, those who sought something that could never be found in the world beyond. The woman raised her hand, and before Megan could react, the ground beneath her shifted. It was as though the forest itself was reaching up to pull her deeper into its grasp. The earth seemed to open in front of her, a dark chasm that beckoned with open arms, its edges lined with tangled roots and decaying leaves. She could feel the pull, a tug on her very soul, as if the forest was hungry, hungry for her. Megan stood, frozen, unable to move, unable to comprehend what was happening. She felt herself sinking into the earth. her legs slowly sinking beneath the soil, as though the land was claiming her, wrapping its roots around her ankles, pulling her deeper and deeper into its depths. The woman's voice was the only thing that anchored her, the only thing that kept her tethered to the reality she had once known. "You were never truly lost, Megan. You came here for a reason," the woman said softly. "You came because you were called. The forest has always called to those who are meant to stay, those who are tied to it, who carry its blood, its memory, its curse." Megan's head swam, and she tried to fight the rising tide of panic, but her mind felt clouded, as if the very air was thickening, pressing against her thoughts, smothering her every instinct. She felt dizzy, as though she was spinning, losing herself in the deep abyss of the forest's ancient heart. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. "You came here because you have always belonged here," the woman continued, her voice a thread woven into the fabric of Megan's thoughts. "Your blood runs with the same darkness that feeds the trees, that whispers in the wind, that calls out to the lost. You are part of the legacy, part of the forest's eternal cycle." Megan gasped, the weight of the words sinking deep into her chest, her breath catching in her throat. She tried to speak, but the words were lost to her. She tried to move, but her body was trapped, locked in place by the very earth beneath. The ground around her trembled, and she could feel it. Them, watching her. The whispers were louder now, voices rising from the soil itself, from the very roots that reached deep into the earth. The forest was alive, alive with memories, with ancient forgotten lives that had come before her. She could feel their eyes on her, their presence looming over her like a dark cloud, filling the air with their hunger. The woman smiled faintly, her face now almost entirely obscured by the swirling mist. "Do you hear them?" she asked softly. "The others, those who were lost before you, who gave themselves to the woods, those who wandered in and never left." Megan's eyes widened. She could feel it now, feel the presence of them. The souls that had been trapped here, like her, like all those who had wandered into these woods seeking solace, seeking refuge, seeking something they could never have. They were here, all around her, their whispers like wind through the trees, their unseen hands reaching toward her. She could feel their cold fingers brushing against her skin, their voices threading through her thoughts. She wasn't alone. The woman stepped closer, her eyes glowing in the dim light like two pale stars in a black sky. She reached out, brushing, a cold finger against Megan's cheek. "You are not the first to be chosen, Megan," she whispered. "You are not the first to be drawn into this forest's embrace. You are part of a legacy, a long line of wanderers who have come home. You will become one of us, a keeper, a part of the forest. You will live on in its roots, in its soil, in its memory." The ground trembled beneath Megan's feet, and she felt her legs finally give way, the earth consuming her. She wasn't sinking, she was melding into it. Her body dissolved into the soil, her limbs merging with the roots of the trees, her very essence joining with the dark heartbeat of the forest. The whispers grew louder, and as she was pulled deeper into the earth, she felt herself remembering. Her mind cracked open, and the memories that had been buried for so long came flooding back. The memories of others, of those who had been lost before her, of their struggles, their fear, their eventual acceptance. They were all here now, all part of the same eternal cycle. She could feel their pain, their longing, their final surrender. She could feel their presence inside her, their souls intertwining with hers. She could feel their hunger. Megan felt herself becoming one with them. She was no longer herself. She was no longer Megan. She was the forest. And as the darkness consumed her, as her mind slipped fully into the embrace of the woods, the last thing she heard was the woman's voice, soft as a sigh. "You have returned, Megan. Welcome home." And the forest whispered its eternal welcome. When Megan's senses returned, it wasn't the bright light of dawn or the first stirrings of morning birdsong that greeted her. No. She awoke to a suffocating silence. The air was thick, heavy with the weight of something ancient and unyielding. She was no longer in the world she had known, the one with houses, roads, cars, and fleeting moments of fleeting joy. That world had slipped away, evaporated, like mist in the morning sun. What remained was something darker, more primal. Her eyes fluttered open, but there was nothing to see, nothing to focus on. There were no stars, no moon. The sky above her was a shifting swirl of dark, viscous clouds, constantly changing shape, like the churn of a storm brewing on the horizon. Beneath her, the ground was soft, almost sponge-like, and seemed to pulse with a life of its own. Life. Scent of wet earth and decaying wood filled her nostrils, a smell so intoxicating it made her want to breathe it in deeper, to allow it to fill her lungs, her bloodstream, to become a part of her. But as her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she saw it, or rather, she felt it first. The pull in her chest, deep and unrelenting, as though the forest itself had a heartbeat, and it was syncing with her own. Her body had no choice but to respond. She was no longer standing, no longer walking. Megan was kneeling in a hollow, a vast bowl of earth that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. The soil beneath her was dark, rich, and moving. Something wriggled beneath her fingers as they sank into it, as if it were alive, alive in ways she couldn't begin to comprehend. And as she pressed her hand deeper into the ground, it pulsed with a strange, rhythmic throb. The land was breathing. A cold gust of wind whispered through the gnarled trees surrounding the hollow, carrying with it a sickly sweet scent that made Megan's stomach churn. She could hear a distant murmur now, soft, like the rustling of paper, but somehow far older. The forest spoke to her, but in ways that bypassed her ears and went straight to her soul. It knew her. The knowledge was written into her very cells, into the core of who she had always been. And yet the full weight of it had only just begun to settle upon her. The trees above her were unlike any she had ever seen before, twisted and knotted, their bark dark and gnarled, as if they had been scarred by some ancient fire or force beyond comprehension. The branches reached out toward her like fingers, as though they were trying to touch her, to drag her deeper into the heart of the woods. And, disturbingly, they were moving. Not like the slow, natural sway of trees caught in a breeze, but as though they were searching, seeking something or someone. She swallowed the taste of fear rising in her throat. She was too close to the center, and then, it appeared, a shadow in the distance. No, not a shadow, a figure that rose from the earth itself, tall and covered in the same dark tendrils of creeping vines and moss that covered everything else here. The figure had no true shape, but there was a silhouette, vague and shifting, its outline defined by the contours of the trees that loomed above it. It was there, in the space between reality and the supernatural. It was both real and yet not real. It began to move toward her. Her pulse quickened, but no words came to her mouth. She had no voice in this place anymore. Her fear, her terror, was something primal, something woven into the air around her, the soil beneath her, the very essence of the forest. She could feel the weight of its eyes on her, even though she could see no face, no discernible features. The shadowed form was so large now, so close, that it seemed to swallow the very air, the very light around it. Megan's chest tightened, her lungs fighting against the invisible weight pressing down on them. It stood before her now, towering over her. She could hear its breath, or perhaps it was the forest itself breathing. The air was thick with it. The presence of the entity was everywhere. It was part of the woods. It was the woods. There was no separation anymore. The very earth she knelt on was a part of it. The trees, the shadows, the whispers that had come with the wind, everything, all part of it. And now it was speaking, not in words, but in something far deeper, something beyond comprehension. Megan felt the words, if they could be called that, move through her, not in the usual way. Her ears didn't hear them. They entered through her skin, crawling into her bones. Her thoughts, they were vibrations, pulsations that resonated with every atom of her being. You are home now. The weight of the message sank into her soul like a stone dropping into a deep well. Home. She had been running from this, from the truth of this place, from the truth of herself. But it was too late. She had been drawn here by something more powerful than any will she had ever known. And now that she was here, there was no leaving. Her hands shook as they gripped the soil beneath her. Her skin felt alive, alive with the history of the forest, the blood of those who had come before her, the ones who had belonged to it, who had returned to it. She was not the first. She would not be the last. And though she had fought and struggled to escape, she now knew the truth. It had never been about escape. Not for her. Not for anyone who had ever stepped foot into this place. You are not lost, the entity whispered through her bones. You are the legacy. The words spun inside her mind, a vortex that twisted her very identity. The soil beneath her trembled with life. And it was then that Megan understood. She had always known. She had always been part of this place. There was no way to undo it. There was no undoing the call, no escaping it. She was woven into this land, into the earth, into the roots that reached deep into the bones of the forest. She had always belonged to it. Her skin seemed to meld with the dirt beneath her. Her heart, once racing with fear, slowed and matched the steady rhythm of the forest's heartbeat. And the voices, those whispers that had been a constant, a hum, in her ear, grew louder now. The echoes of those who had come before, those who had been claimed, those who had surrendered to the forest's embrace. They spoke in unison now, their voices weaving together in a single collective murmur. Welcome home. Welcome home. Welcome home. And then she understood. The figure before her seemed to lose its shape, melting into the very trees themselves, merging with the shadows. It was no longer a thing with form. It was the forest, its ancient spirit, its true heart, the very force that had brought her here. The figure was no longer separate from her. It was her. The woods were alive, breathing, thinking. And it was not a dark, malicious force, though it was powerful beyond measure. It was not a monster or a demon. It was the soul of the earth. It was the heart of the world, pulsing with life, and death, creation, and destruction. It was the spirit of nature, of life itself, but twisted and bound by the land it inhabited. It was older than time, and Megan, kneeling in the earth's embrace, was now a part of it, a keeper. As the soil moved beneath her and the trees closed in, whispering their secrets to her, Megan's last thought was not of fear. It was not of escape. It was a realization, a sinking knowledge that curled around her heart like the roots of an ancient oak. She had returned, and she was home. The hollow where Megan now knelt was no longer a mere dip in the land. It had become something far more, something vast and sprawling. The ground beneath her had transformed. Where once there was just dirt, now there was life. Dark, swirling tendrils of moss and vine, thick as rope, wove through the earth, crawling up her limbs, wrapping around her waist, her chest, until she could no longer tell where her body ended and the forest began. It was as if the earth itself had claimed her, and in return, she was becoming part of something much larger, something eternal. Her thoughts were slow now, muddled like the mist that surrounded her. They no longer moved in the familiar pattern of human reason, but instead drifted in a languid, dreamlike rhythm, tangled in the roots of the forest. Everything felt connected. The soil, the air, the trees, the very fabric of the world around her. Her eyes were wide, but they no longer focused on the physical world. She saw beyond it now, into the shifting, pulsating heart of the forest that beat as one with her own. It was in this moment that she truly understood the woods, understood what they were, what they had always been. The forest was not just a place. It was a living entity, an ancient being that had grown with time, rooted in the memories of every lost soul, every wanderer who had crossed its threshold. It was not a creature of malice, not a force of evil, but a keeper of balance, a bridge between life and death, between the earth's surface and the realms beyond. It called to those like her, the ones who had longed for something deeper, something more eternal. It called to the lost, the broken, the ones who carried the weight of grief in their hearts, the ones who yearned for belonging. And once it claimed them, it wove them into the fabric of its being, binding them with roots and vines, making them part of its soul. Megan wasn't the first to hear the call. She wouldn't be the last. But in this moment she felt it, the eternal nature of the forest, its cold, patient embrace. The realization hit her like a wave, the gravity of it sinking into every cell of her being. She was a part of it now, a keeper. She would never leave, and yet she felt no fear, no terror. There was only a strange peace in the surrender. Above her, the trees shifted. Their branches reached out like arms, their leaves whispering in voices older than language itself. She felt them, not just as trees, but as something more, something alive, aware of her, aware of the forest's every breath. The vastness of it surrounded her, enfolded her, until she could no longer tell where she ended and the forest began. And then she felt the pull again. The deep, invisible thread that bound her to the heart of the forest, to the soul of the land. It tugged at her, urging her forward, deeper into the hollow. She moved without thinking, her feet carrying her of their own accord. Every step felt like a part of a grand design, as if she were walking a path that had been laid out for her long ago, long before she had set foot in these woods. It was the forest's call, the pull of its ancient spirit that had waited for her for so long. She walked, and she walked. The trees around her stretched impossibly tall, their trunks so thick they could have been mountains. The air grew heavier, more oppressive as she journeyed deeper into the center of the woods. The whispers that had once been faint were now a constant hum in her ears, their voices a blend of joy, sorrow, and longing. It was the sound of those who had come before her, who had become part of the forest's eternal song. And now she was joining them. Ahead, she saw a light, distant, like a star hidden beneath a veil of mist. It beckoned to her, calling her forward. And though she had no need for light, no need for the guidance of the sun or moon, she found herself drawn to it. It was as if her very essence craved it, craved what lay beyond. She reached the source of the light. It was not a lantern or a flame, but something far more ancient, an orb suspended in the air, glowing with an eerie, pale light. It pulsated slowly, its glow ebbing and flowing like the heartbeat of the earth itself. As she drew closer, she could feel the warmth of it, the comfort of it. It wasn't heat, not like the sun's embrace. It was something else, something deeper. It was life itself, contained in a single, fragile form. And as her hand reached out to touch it, the orb shifted. It grew larger, spreading outwards like a living thing, unfolding in front of her. In the blink of an eye, the orb expanded into a shape, a figure, ethereal and shimmering. A face emerged from the light, pale and beautiful, yet hollow, like the face of someone who had been lost to time, to memory, to the forest itself. It was her face, but it was not her. It was the face of a keeper who had come before her, a keeper who had been lost to the forest, their soul claimed by the very land they had sought to protect. Megan stared at the reflection of herself in the glowing figure, her heart racing in her chest. The face looked at her with knowing eyes, eyes that held centuries of memories, centuries of sorrow and longing. The figure spoke, not in words, but in images, in memories that flooded Megan's mind like a torrent of water, drowning her in the weight of them. She saw herself before the hiking trip, before the cabin, before the pull of the woods. She saw herself as a child, laughing in a sunlit field, the sound of her mother's voice calling her home. She saw her father's face full of love and strength, but also full of pain. She saw her brother smiling at her from the backyard, carefree and full of hope. She saw them all. And then she saw the moment when it all changed. The moment when grief had carved its mark into her soul, when loss had shattered her heart. She saw the crash, the night of the accident, the night that had taken everything from her, the pain, the guilt, the overwhelming, crushing weight of being left behind. Her breath caught in her throat, the memories flooding her like waves, each one more painful than the last. But then, amidst the flood of memories, a single thought emerged, a whisper, soft but powerful. It was not your fault. Megan, you were always meant to be here. You were always meant to return. The figure before her shimmered, dissolving into the light, and for a moment Megan felt as though she was standing in the center of the world itself. The trees around her whispered their approval, the soil beneath, her feet humbling her with its ancient, endless pulse. The forest had always known her. The forest had always been her. She closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of the light wrap around her like a comforting embrace. The pain, the grief, the loss, they were all part of her now, all part of the legacy. There was no going back. There was no escaping it. And as the light enveloped her completely, she felt herself fading. Not fading into darkness, but into the land, into the very essence of the forest. The whispers around her grew louder. Welcome home, Megan. Her final breath was not a sigh of resignation, but a release, a surrender to the forest's call, to the legacy she had been born into. She had returned, and now the forest would never let her go. The morning never came. In the depths of the forest, where Megan had once stood, her body was no longer hers. There was no longer any trace of the person she had once been. No name, no past, no future. She was part of the earth now. A whisper in the wind, a flicker of light in the shadowed corners of the ancient woods. Her mind, if one could even call it that anymore, was adrift in the web of the forest's consciousness, a vast and tangled network of memories, desires, and long-forgotten truths. The forest was not one thing but many, a shifting mosaic of spirit and earth, a being as old as time itself. It was the pulse of life and the stillness of death, forever entwined. Megan had become part of it, but not entirely. There was still something in her, something human, that hungered for more. Even as the woods welcomed her, the light that had wrapped around her like a cocoon began to dim. The warmth faded, leaving only an unsettling chill behind. And in that moment of fading light, she felt the presence of something watching her. It was a feeling that slithered into her consciousness, like a sliver of ice under her skin, crawling deeper, burrowing into the marrow of her bones. It was the sensation of being observed, of being studied, but not by anything human, not by anything she could even understand. It was an intelligence far older than any she had ever known, a force as ancient as the forest itself. Megan's senses, still attuned to the rhythms of the woods, shifted, reaching out to the unseen. Her awareness expanded, flowing through the trees, through the rustling leaves, through the darkened soil beneath her feet. She could hear every heartbeat, every breath of the forest's countless creatures. The roots below her seemed to stretch, pulsing with a dark, hidden knowledge. She could sense the movement of the land itself, the pulse of something vast and unyielding. And then she felt it. The Watcher. It was not a presence she could see, but one she could feel, like the heavy weight of a gaze lingering just out of reach. It was as if every shadow, every corner of the forest held eyes, eyes that never blinked, never moved, never faltered, the gaze of something that existed on the edge of the world, watching the living and the dead alike. Her heart quickened, and she felt herself trembling, not from fear, but from an instinct she could not name. It was as if the Watcher was not a singular entity, but something much older, something tied to the very bones of the earth. She could feel it now, threading through the roots of the trees, a silent watcher that moved with an inescapable purpose. The forest grew darker, colder. The trees around her twisted unnaturally, their branches stretching out like claws, reaching for something. The wind whispered secrets, cold, cryptic words that flitted just beyond her comprehension. And then the air grew still. For a moment, it was as if the entire forest held its breath. She could feel the Watcher now, its presence more defined. Not a spirit, not a ghost, but something else. It was the forest's secret, the guardian of the deep, a being as ancient as the roots themselves. It had always been there, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, bound to the forest, bound to the earth. She was its successor now, its heir. Megan's mind, clouded by the forest's pull, could no longer make sense of where she ended and the Watcher began. The boundaries of her consciousness blurred, merging with the land, with the trees, with the soil. She was no longer in control. She was part of something far older, far more complex, and still it watched. Its gaze was patient, unyielding. It did not speak, did not reveal itself. It had no need to. The Watcher was a being beyond understanding. It was not of flesh, not of blood. It existed in the spaces between spaces, in the stillness between breaths. It was the keeper of the land's deepest secrets, the shadow that had always been there, waiting for those who were worthy. Megan's thoughts flickered back to the beginning, to her arrival in the woods. She had come here seeking answers, seeking solace for the loss that had carved her open. But the woods had offered her something far more profound. It had offered her a place, a home, a connection to something much greater than herself. And now, as the Watcher's gaze pressed closer, she understood. She was not the first. The Watcher had been here long before her, perhaps even before the first human had walked the earth. It had been the guardian of this place, the protector of its mysteries, and Megan, in her sorrow, had become part of it, part of the eternal cycle that bound the living to the land, to the ancient unseen forces that governed the world. The Watcher was not a creature of malevolent intent. It was not a monster. It was the balance, the force that kept the world turning, the unseen hand that guided the forest's path. And now, Megan was part of that path, but she was not alone. There were others, always others, those who had come before her, those who had been claimed by the forest. Their presence was a whisper in the wind, a ripple in the soil, a faint glow in the distance. She could feel them now, like ghosts that flitted at the edge of her perception, their presence felt but not seen. They had all been part of the Watcher's design, part of the forest's endless rhythm. And as the Watcher's gaze turned its attention fully upon her, she realized the truth. She was not a victim. She had never been lost. She had been chosen. The forest had called to her for a reason, and now she was part of it, part of its eternal, unbreakable bond. But the Watcher still observed. The silence stretched on. And then, just as Megan thought she could no longer bear the weight of the gaze, it shifted. It moved. The Watcher's attention, vast as it was, drew away from her, leaving her with a strange, unsettling emptiness. Megan's body remained rooted to the earth, but she could feel the change. The Watcher was not gone, but its focus had shifted elsewhere, perhaps to another soul who had wandered too close to the forest's secrets. Megan, now bound to the land, understood that this was the way of things. The Watcher moved between the shadows, keeping the balance, ensuring that the forest's mysteries remained just that. Mysteries. She was now its steward, its keeper. There would be no return to the world of light, no re-entry into the human realm. The Watcher had ensured that the forest's legacy would continue, and Megan was its next step. Her mind swirled with the forest's whispers, each breath, each sound, each vibration syncing with the land's heartbeat. The Watcher's gaze no longer felt oppressive, but rather like an ancient presence, one that had always been there, waiting, watching. Megan was part of it now. She could feel her very essence blending with the ancient rhythms of the land, forever entwined in the forest's endless cycle. And as the day faded into the twilight of an eternal dusk, the Watcher, silent and invisible, moved once more. It had found its next steward, its next heir. But Megan was no longer afraid. She had become the keeper of the forest's secrets, and she would watch too. The wind was still, too still. Megan could feel it in her chest, a heavy weight that pressed against her lungs, as though the very air was unwilling to pass freely. The silence that followed the departure of the Watcher was thick, and yet it was not empty. The forest had its own pulse, its own rhythm that resonated deep within her, binding her to its ancient heart. The distant hum of its consciousness was now part of her, the whispers of lost souls, the cries of the wind, the eternal dance of life and death. Her body, now rooted to the earth, seemed to melt into the landscape, becoming one with the ground beneath her. She could no longer distinguish between the touch of the soil and the sensations within her own skin. Every grain of dirt, every root that curled beneath her was alive within her, a part of her own flesh and blood. The forest had claimed her, but it had also granted her a gift, one far more complex, far more terrifying than anything she could have imagined. Her mind, if such a thing could still be called hers, swirled with the forest's consciousness. She could see the movements of the trees, feel the sway of the branches in the ever-changing wind. The rustling of leaves became voices, hushed, urgent, filled with ancient knowledge. She could hear the slow, steady heartbeat of the woods, a pulse that was both terrifying and comforting in its constancy. The forest was alive in a way that no human could comprehend, and now she too was alive in that same way. But with this awareness, this transformation, came an unsettling realization. She was no longer a mere observer. She was a participant in something far larger, something far darker. The Watcher, the silent guardian who had observed her for so long, had not only watched her, but had chosen her chosen her to be the keeper of the forest's secrets, the steward of its soul. Megan's senses sharpened, and she felt the land beneath her stir. There were whispers again, but this time they were not the soft murmur of the wind or the rustling of leaves. They were more deliberate, more insistent. They came from deep within the roots, from places that were not meant to be heard by human ears. There was a question there, an invitation. Would she accept the final gift of the forest? The question did not need to be asked aloud. Megan could feel it in her very core, in the marrow of her bones. The forest was offering her something, a choice, perhaps the last choice she would ever be given. The gift was not one of comfort, not one of easy solace. It was an offering of knowledge, of power, but also of responsibility. She was no longer simply a part of the forest. She was becoming its voice, its will, its keeper. The price of this gift was steep, and Megan could feel its weight pressing against her spirit. But the choice was not hers alone to make. With a shudder that ran through her entire being, she felt the ancient pull of the forest, the eternal urge that had always called her to return. Her fingers twitched, reaching toward the ground as though the earth itself were calling her back. The air grew thick with power, with an ancient, almost unbearable strength. The Watcher was there, no longer an unseen force, but a presence that hovered in the air around her, a silent guide that would never leave. Her heart beat faster, and she felt the world around her shift. The roots of the trees began to twist and curl, reaching down into the soil, pulling her deeper into the earth. She could feel the life of the forest, its vast, unending life, coursing through her veins, mixing with her own blood. The forest had claimed her, and now it was granting her something she had never asked for but could not refuse. Her body, no longer bound by human limitations, shifted, expanded, becoming something more, something beyond flesh and bone. Her arms stretched toward the sky, and her feet sank deeper into the earth, as though she were being torn in two. She was both here and not here, both a part of the forest and above it, watching it from the highest tree, from the deepest root, and then the gift was given, a rush of power, of energy, of knowing. It flooded her senses, filling her mind with images too ancient, too vast for her to understand. She saw the history of the forest, its rise and fall, its endless cycles of life and death. She saw the spirits of those who had come before her, each one lost and then found, each one part of the forest's eternal weave. She saw the Watcher, too, its form shifting like smoke, its presence both gentle and terrifying. It had watched over the forest for centuries, its role both sacred and burdensome. Megan understood now. The Watcher had never been alone. It had never been simply an observer. It had been a guide, a keeper who had protected the forest's mysteries from the eyes of the outside world. And now, she was becoming part of that legacy, bound to the same rules, the same duties, the same eternal watch. But with this understanding came the truth. She was not the first to bear this burden. The forest had claimed others before her, others who had felt the same pull, who had succumbed to the same lure. They had all become part of the woods, lost souls woven into the fabric of the land. Their bodies may have decayed, but their spirits remained, hidden in the roots, in the leaves, in the very air that Megan now breathed. And now, she too was part of them. As the realization settled in her chest, like a heavy stone, Megan felt the Watcher's gaze upon her once again. It was not a gaze of judgment, not one of approval or disapproval. It was simply watching. It had always watched. It always would. The final gift of the forest was not power, nor was it knowledge. It was longevity, an endless continuation of life in a form that transcended the human understanding of time. Megan could no longer remember what it had been like. to be mortal, to feel the limitations of a single lifetime. The essence of the forest flowed through her, and in turn she flowed through the forest. There was no beginning, no end, only the eternal now, where time was irrelevant. And as she stood there, rooted in the forest's heart, she felt the first stirrings of something new, something deeper. The forest had not only claimed her, it had chosen her, and with that choice came a deeper understanding of the world, of the Watcher, of the spirits, of the unbroken circle of life and death. But there was still something else, a lingering shadow that tugged at the edges of her consciousness, something that spoke to her, calling to her from the furthest reaches of the land, from places deep within the forest where even the trees dared not go. It was a whisper, soft but insistent. A voice that Megan had not heard before, a voice that was not of the forest. She felt it pull at her, beckoning her forward, calling her to a place where the trees grew darker, their branches twisted into forms that seemed unnatural, ancient. The Watcher had given her the gift, but now she realized there was one last thing she needed to understand. There was one last mystery of the forest that had yet to reveal itself. And so, as the whispers grew louder, as the air around her thickened, with a strange energy, Megan stepped forward, deeper into the unknown. The final gift was not complete, not yet. Megan stepped forward into the dense, shadowed forest, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of fallen leaves. The air here was different, cooler, heavier, as if the very atmosphere had grown thick with secrets. It was a place where the light struggled to penetrate, where even the trees seemed reluctant to grow, their gnarled branches twisting upward in unnatural angles, as if yearning to escape the oppressive weight of the earth. There was a pull here, a magnetic force that tugged at her very being, urging her forward, deeper into the heart of the woods. She didn't understand it. How could she? But it felt familiar, like a memory she hadn't yet experienced. The whispers that had been echoing in her mind now grew louder, more distinct, as though the forest itself was speaking to her, urging her to follow the unseen path that twisted deeper into the shadows. Her body, still tethered to the earth by the forest's ancient magic, moved with a grace she hadn't known it possessed. The air seemed to grow colder with each step, and her breath became visible, a fog of icy vapor that disappeared quickly into the darkness. She could feel the Watcher, still present, though its gaze no longer felt heavy upon her. It was waiting, silent, patient, its purpose fulfilled for now. And yet the call from the depths of the forest was stronger than anything the Watcher had ever offered. She didn't know what it was that drew her forward, but she felt compelled to find the source of this strange beckoning, to uncover the truth that lay hidden in the very soul of the woods. Her mind swirled with fragments of forgotten memories, images too fragmented and abstract to make sense of, visions of things that seemed distant, out of reach, yet somehow intimately familiar. The forest was trying to tell her something, trying to share a secret that could unravel everything she had ever known. As she ventured further, the trees began to thin, and the shadows grew darker, deeper. The ground beneath her feet felt different, less solid, more fluid, like walking on the edge of something that wasn't entirely real. A strange mist began to curl around her ankles, moving like fingers, reaching, grasping, pulling her deeper into the unknown. The whispers were no longer voices, but the faintest of breaths, as though the earth itself were exhaling. They were not words, but sensations, emotions pressed into her mind like invisible tattoos, fear, longing, hunger. She could feel the desperation in the air, the yearning, the feeling of something ancient and powerful stirring beneath the surface of the land. Suddenly the mist thickened, swirling around her like a storm. The trees, once gnarled and twisted, now seemed to lean inward, their trunks blackened, their bark rough and slick, as if they had been soaked in darkness itself. The air was thick with an unsettling energy, like static before a lightning strike. And then she saw it. In the distance, through the haze of mist and shadow, something glowed faintly. A pale, sickly greenish-blue light. It flickered like a dying flame, casting eerie reflections on the trees, making the forest around her seem like a living thing, twisting and moving in time with the flickering glow. Her heart beat faster. The urge to approach was overwhelming, like an invisible hand guiding her forward, pulling her closer to the light that seemed both a beacon and a warning. As she drew nearer, the ground beneath her feet softened, giving way to a strange, spongy texture like the earth itself was breathing. Her breath quickened, her pulse pounding in her ears, but there was no turning back now. The call was undeniable. She had to know what lay ahead, and then she saw it, the source of the light. In the heart of a small clearing, the ground was cracked and broken, like a wound in the earth that had never healed. At the center of the wound stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark black as coal, its branches stretched upward like hands reaching for something just out of reach. The light came from a small, glowing orb that hung suspended in midair, glowing with that eerie, unearthly hue. Megan's feet carried her forward, and as she reached the center of the clearing, the whispers reached a crescendo, becoming a chaotic, indistinct roar in her ears. She could feel her body trembling, her heart racing with a mix of awe and terror. She didn't know what this place was, but it felt like the very heart of the forest, its soul, its core. And then, a voice. It was not a sound she could hear with her ears, but one that vibrated in her bones, in her very soul. It was a voice that filled the air around her, speaking words that made her insides churn with a cold, deep dread. You have come to the heart of the woods, the place where it all began and where it will end. The voice was calm, yet filled with a terrible weight. Megan felt the words deep within her, resonating with something primal, something she couldn't fully comprehend. The light from the orb flickered in time with the pulse of her own heartbeat, drawing her closer, pulling her into the very core of the forest's darkness. And then the voice spoke again, this time with more urgency, more insistence. Do you understand? The forest has no beginning, no end. It lives in a loop, in a cycle of death and rebirth. You, like those before you, are a part of it. But this is where the true power lies. Megan reached out, drawn toward the orb, her fingers grazing its ethereal glow. The moment her skin made contact, a jolt of energy shot through her, a violent surge that ripped through her body like lightning. Her vision blurred, her senses overloaded, and she gasped for air as the world around her began to shift. Images, too, many to comprehend, flashed before her eyes. Dark figures standing at the edge of the forest, their eyes glowing with hunger. The Watcher, shifting between forms, fading in and out of reality. The spirits of the lost, their faces twisted with agony and longing. The orb pulsed in her hands, and the whispers grew louder, merging into one single voice, a voice that carried with it the weight of all the souls who had ever wandered these woods, souls who had been claimed by the darkness, who had become one with the land. And then, as the orb pulsed brighter, Megan understood. This was the heart of the woods, the place where all things came together. The forest was alive, but not in the way she had first thought. It was not merely a sentient being. It was a force, a cycle that consumed, rebirthed, and consumed again. And she, as its new steward, would be bound to that cycle forever. The Watcher had chosen her, yes, but it was not a choice to be taken lightly. The orb was the key, the final piece of the puzzle that bound her to the land. To accept it was to accept her role in the endless cycle, to become part of the forest's soul. But there was a cost. The orb pulsed again, and Megan felt her breath catch in her throat. The forest's power surged through her, and in that moment she understood the true price of the gift she had been given. To accept the gift was to lose herself entirely, to be subsumed by the forest, to become one with its dark, unyielding will. And yet, there was a part of her that longed for it, a part that felt connected to this place in a way that went beyond human understanding. This was her fate now. She had crossed the threshold. The orb's light faded, leaving her standing, alone in the clearing, her mind buzzing with the weight of everything she had just experienced. The forest was silent again, but it was not a quiet she could find peace in. It was a silence filled with anticipation, as if the land was waiting for her to make the final choice. Her body ached with the weight of the knowledge she now carried, the truth that had been passed down through generations of lost souls. The Watcher had not just guided her, it had prepared her. Megan stood, her hand still trembling from the orb's touch. She could feel the Watcher now, more clearly than ever before. It was not a distant presence, not an observer. It was part of her, and she was part of it. And with that knowledge, she understood what she must do. The forest would never be the same. The silence that followed the orb's fading light felt like a heavy weight pressing down on Megan's chest. She stood in the heart of the forest, her breath shallow, her heart pounding, and yet no longer alone. She could feel the presence of something ancient and untamable wrapping around her like a cloak. The trees loomed overhead, their twisted branches casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. It was as if they were watching her, waiting for her to make a choice. But how could she? How could anyone, after everything she had learned, after everything she had become? The whispers that had once been mere hints, distant echoes of the forest's consciousness, now filled her mind completely. They weren't words anymore, at least not in any language she understood. They were emotions, fragmented memories, raw feelings, so intense they felt as though they were burning into her skin. The land, the forest, it was alive in a way she could no longer deny. It was her now, and she was it. She could feel its pulse in her veins, feel its history, its hunger, its endless cycle of life and death. But it was not just the forest that she could sense. The Watcher, its presence was more pronounced now, not as a shadow in the background, but as something intimate, tied directly to her. Her own heart beat in sync with the ancient being, a rhythm that resonated deep within her chest. The Watcher had not only been observing her, it had been shaping her, guiding her toward this moment. And now that she was here, she knew what it wanted. The choice that lay before her was not a simple one. It was a decision of the most profound kind. A choice that would determine not just her fate, but the fate of the very forest that had claimed her. The orb's faint glow still lingered in her hands, its energy pulsing softly, as though it were alive itself, a living thing that breathed with her, that hungered with her. As she gazed into the depths of the orb, she could see glimpses of what lay beyond the surface. There were images, fleeting and distant, as if she were looking through a window into another world. The forest stretched on, endless and vast. The spirits of the lost, trapped in eternal servitude to the land, moved through the trees like shadows, their faces twisted with longing and pain. The Watcher stood at the center of it all, silent and eternal. The gift. She had accepted it. She had been drawn into its pull, bound to its core. But the truth now was clear. There was no return. What was she to do now? She could feel the weight of her decision bearing down on her. If she embraced this fate, if she truly accepted the gift, she would become a part of the forest's endless cycle. She would be like the others, like the spirits who had wandered the woods, lost to time, lost to the earth. She would be a keeper of its secrets, a steward of its power. She would never leave, never walk the world again as she once had. And yet, in her heart, Megan could feel a strange kind of peace settling over her. The forest had always been a part of her, had always been calling to her. All her life, she had heard its whispers in her dreams, felt its pull on her soul. This was what she was meant for. She had never truly belonged in the world of men, never truly belonged in the land of the living. Her life had been a series of unanswered questions, a constant search for something she could never define. Now, standing here in the clearing, her hand still resting on the orb, she knew this was her place. But then, just as she was about to surrender to the pull of the forest, a voice, familiar and unexpected, rang out in her mind, cutting through the whispers, slicing through the haze of confusion. It was her mother's voice, soft yet insistent, like a memory she had long buried. "Megan, my love, don't forget who you are." The voice was a lifeline, a tether to the human world she had left behind, the world she had almost forgotten, in the face of the forest's overwhelming presence. For a moment, she felt the sting of tears, the ache of grief for a mother she had lost so long ago. The forest had taken everything from her, her family, her past, her future, and now it was offering her eternity in return. But at what cost? Don't forget who you are. Megan's fingers tightened around the orb, and for the briefest of moments the weight of it became too much to bear. She staggered back, her mind reeling, the knowledge of her fate pressing against her temples like a vice. She had made peace with the idea of becoming one with the forest, but now she was not so sure. The forest, the watcher, the orb, they all felt like pieces of a puzzle that no longer made sense. What was the truth? What was the right choice? For the first time, Megan felt the cold, crushing weight of doubt. "Megan, come back." Her mother's voice was louder now, clearer, as though it were coming from somewhere within the very depths of her heart. She could feel it, her love for her mother, her longing to return to a life that seemed so distant, so unreachable. For the first time, she realized that the forest, with all its power, could not give her what she truly needed. Closure. Peace. The forest offered eternity, but it could not offer what she had lost. She had lost herself in the embrace of the woods, but it was her humanity, her connection to the world beyond these trees, that she needed to find. But how could she leave? How could she walk away from the power that now surged within her, from the truth she had uncovered? The forest had changed her, had altered her in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. She was no longer the person she had been when she had first entered these woods. She was something else now, something both ancient and new. Could she return to the world she had known? Or was it too late for her to turn back? The orb in her hand pulsed again, and this time it burned her skin. It was as though it was rejecting her hesitation, punishing her for her doubt. The Watcher's presence loomed around her, now more insistent, pressing in from all sides. It was there, in the air, in the earth beneath her feet, in the very fabric of the forest itself. It was watching her, waiting for her to make her decision. She could feel it. The forest was calling her home. But something was pulling her in the other direction too. The memories of her past, of the family she had lost, of the life that had once been hers, tugged at her heart like a rope tied to the shore. She could not forget them. She could not forget the world that had been her cradle before she had stepped into this cursed land. Megan closed her eyes, feeling the forest's pulse vibrating through her entire body, the rhythmic beat that now felt like the beating of her own heart. And for a moment, she understood something. The forest did not want her to forget. It wanted her to remember. And so, as the watcher's gaze lingered on her, Megan made her choice. She would not surrender to the forest completely. She would not become another lost soul, another spirit trapped in its endless cycle. Instead, she would take the power, the gift, the knowledge, but she would not let it consume her. She would choose to live. But to live was to sacrifice. The choice she made would leave her forever changed. The orb's glow dimmed in her hands, and the forest seemed to pause in anticipation. The watcher was silent, waiting for her to act. And then, with a deep breath, Megan whispered her final decision. "I choose to remember. I choose to walk my own path." And with that, the forest released its hold on her, the dark weight lifting from her soul. The path ahead would not be easy. She knew that now. But she would not be a prisoner of the woods. She would carry its legacy, its history, its secrets, but she would not become its ghost. And with that, the forest seemed to breathe again, its ancient heart resuming its eternal rhythm. Megan took a slow, steady breath as the forest around her began to shift. The dense mist that had enveloped her seemed to part, like a curtain pulled aside revealing a sliver of light, a pale shaft of moonlight that now reached down to touch the ground beneath her. The moment the light hit her skin, a shiver passed through her, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Megan could feel the warmth of the outside world, the world beyond the dark, unyielding embrace of the forest. She stood in the clearing, her hands trembling as the orb's glow faded from her touch. The power that had surged through her only moments ago had ebbed, retreating into the soil, into the land, as though the forest itself had accepted her decision. The presence of the watcher, always so close, always so invasive, had faded into the background, no longer a pressing force. It had observed her, guided her, and now it seemed content to remain a silent force in the shadows. Megan's breath came easier now, and the weight that had once suffocated her, that had gnawed at the edges of her thoughts, was gone. She was free, but freedom came with a price. The forest had let her go, but it had not forgotten her. It had bound her in ways she could not fully comprehend, entwining her soul with the land, and though she had rejected the full embrace of its eternal cycle, she knew she would never be the same. The forest's power still thrummed within her, as deep and as ancient as the roots that spread beneath her feet. She could feel it pulsing like a heartbeat that was not entirely her own. And with that power came the burden of knowledge that no human could ever bear lightly. Megan took a step forward, the ground soft beneath her feet, and for the first time, she didn't feel the weight of the forest pushing her back, urging her to stay. She was no longer bound by it, but the forest was in her and she in it. She could feel the echoes of the lost souls, the memories of those who had come before her, flickering in the corners of her mind like faint whispers in the wind. Her body felt different too. The strange, unearthly pull she had once felt had subsided, but her senses were heightened. She could hear the trees groaning as their limbs shifted in the wind, the faint rustle of animal life in the underbrush, the heartbeat of the earth itself. Her hands felt alive, charged with the same energy that had once overwhelmed her. And though she had turned her back on the forest's full power, she knew that it would never let her go completely. The forest had chosen her, not to be its eternal keeper, not to be its prisoner, but to be its steward. She would carry its memory, its secrets, its legacy with her, no matter where she went. And the forest would always be a part of her. As the moonlight flooded the clearing, Megan turned her back on the tree, on the orb, and the place where everything had changed. The clearing was now just a place, a memory, and though it was still filled with that strange, otherworldly energy, it no longer felt oppressive. It no longer felt like home. She was ready to leave, She could feel the edge of the forest, the boundary between this world and the one she had once known, calling to her. She stepped into the shadows of the trees, the soft earth giving way beneath her feet. The branches above swayed gently in the wind, but this time the trees didn't reach for her. They parted, allowing her to pass through as though they were guiding her toward something else, toward a path that had always been there, but that she had never seen until now. Megan didn't know what awaited her on the other side, beyond the trees. Would she return to the world she had once known, to the people she had once loved? Or would she be forever changed by the forest's touch, unable to truly belong in the world of men? She didn't know, but she was no longer afraid of the unknown. For the first time, she felt alive, truly, deeply alive. As she walked through the forest, the trees seemed to whisper again, but this time the voices were different. They weren't filled with hunger or urgency. They were soothing, almost like a lullaby. The spirits of the lost had given her their blessings, their final whispers of peace, and now they were watching her, no longer bound by the forest's cruel, endless cycle. For the first time in so long, Megan felt something she hadn't felt since her arrival: hope. The edge of the forest was closer now, the darkness receding into the distance, replaced by the faint glow of distant stars. She could hear the sounds of the world beyond, the soft rustling of the night, the distant call of an owl, the hum of crickets in the underbrush. She was nearing the boundary, the place where the forest and the world of men met. It was no longer a hard line, no longer a boundary of separation. The world had changed, just as she had. And then she saw it. The path that led out of the forest was there, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. It wasn't the same path she had taken when she first entered, the one that had led her to the cabin, to the horrors, to the heart of the woods. No, this path was different. It was wide and open, the trees on either side bending inward, but not with the oppressive, hungry force they had once held. It was a path of freedom, a path of possibility. And yet, Megan knew that she could never truly leave the forest behind. She had become part of it, and it would forever be a part of her. But that did not mean she was bound to it, not in the way she had once been. She had been freed from its grasp, not by rejecting it, but by accepting her place within its vast, unbroken cycle. Her steps were light now, unburdened, as though the forest had finally let her go. She could still feel the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, but it no longer felt like a weight. It felt like a connection, a bond, yes, but one of understanding, not enslavement. She stepped onto the path, and the forest seemed to sigh, as though releasing her, letting her walk freely. The trees no longer whispered with the same desperation. The watcher too had stepped back, content in the knowledge that Megan had made her choice, and yet the forest would always watch, always wait. Megan walked. She didn't know what lay ahead, what the world beyond the forest would be like now that she had touched its heart, now that she had become part of its timeless rhythm. But she was no longer afraid, no longer uncertain. She had found her place in the world, not as an outsider, not as a victim, but as something new, something born from the ashes of the forest's dark embrace. And as she walked into the distant light of the world beyond, she realized that she was free, free to choose, free to live, free to remember. And the forest whispered, one last time, "Remember, Megan, remember the light, remember the path you walk." And with that, Megan stepped into the world beyond the trees, the stars overhead, and the soft, welcoming glow of a new beginning.